7:47. 7:47. And this is a continuation of the hearing of SCB Hingham LLC for a comprehensive permit under Massachusetts Chapter Law, General Law Chapter, this is going to be a night, General Law Chapter 40B. And for the record, this is being recorded by Emily's recorder for purposes of the open meeting law, and it is also being recorded for the community at large through the wonders of television. Who is here for the applicant today?
Joe, do you want to just state for the record the package, the new documents that came?
Yeah, I was just going to make sure that we knew who was here and make sure that we include you in terms of what you're looking to accomplish this evening. We've got our own tasks, but since you are the applicant, we'd like to hear from you. We know who you are, but do the people out there know who you are?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. For the record, my name is Jeffrey Engler from the firm of SEB LLC. We're hoping tonight to continue where we left off. I'm also joined by my father, Robert Engler from SEB, our attorney, Peter Freeman from Freeman Law Group, and our civil engineer, Bill Buckley from Bay Colony Group.
Yep.
Really what we're hoping to accomplish tonight is just to pick up where we left off at our last hearing, and that's, I think, on page 4 of the waiver request list. Yep. If memory serves, it was before we really got into the nuts and bolts of the Board of Health related waiver requests. I know there's been some documents that have been submitted to the board from the Board of Health since the last hearing. We also submitted a letter and a plan as well. So really, I think that's what we're hoping to accomplish this evening. Hopefully that's consistent with what you were hoping to discuss.
It is consistent. Do you have any other documents or plans that you are expecting to submit this evening?
We have one document that we're going to submit this evening that relates to the work in the right-of-way.
Yep.
Other than that, we don't have any amended plans or anything else other than what we submitted to the board last week. So.
Okay. And was this submitted to the board previous to this evening?
That document was not.
Okay,
no.
so make sure, and you've got enough, we can spread this around and we'll have an official copy stamped by Emily. And then sitting here this evening and joining the zoning board is Special Town Real Estate Counsel Susan Murphy. And Susan, is there a set of documents that you'd like to make sure are included in the record this evening?
Well, I think that what I wanted you to do is just for the package that's in front of you, those are all documents that came in since the last hearing. So no, the ones that were sitting on the table.
Okay.
Right, all the ones dated May. So.
Is there a set sitting on the table?
Oh, you got it.
Okay, right.
I'm
So,
sorry.
yeah, right.
Yeah, I just want to make sure that, okay.
The ones dated May 28th, right?
Right.
The last hearing was May 7th. So anything that's dated May, there's also the memo from John Chessie, is that in your package? Yep. Okay, so starting with
I would
John-
say, do you have the complete list of what you think we should be including?
Yep.
So if one of you would just read it into the record so we can make sure that it's complete.
So this document is our 13-page running list of the application submittals, and just updated this afternoon. So I guess we start with we have the revised site plan. So I mean, do we want to read like all of these?
No, I think all this.
Okay, so we have email correspondence dated May 8th from Jeff Engler to Emily Wentworth and Bruce Catman regarding Board of Health including various emails. This was the public records request and response. Correspondence dated May 9th, 2014, from Jeff Dirk, Vanessa Associates, to Emily Wentworth, Senior Planner, regarding supplemental traffic engineering peer review, the Village of Maine, 2 pages. Correspondence from Jeff Engler to Joe Fisher, Chairman, Zoning Board of Appeals, dated May 13th, 2014, regarding public hearing process extension request, or 1 page. Correspondence dated May 16th, 2014, from Walter B. Sullivan and Anita J. Comerford, 893 Main Street, Hingham, to Hingham Zoning Board of Appeals regarding the Village of Maine, and the Hingham Tree Warden issue, 6 pages. Email correspondence dated May 20th, 2014, from Jeff Engler to Emily Wentworth regarding Village of Maine, 2 pages. Fill in the subject. Correspondence dated May 28th, 2014, from Jeff Engler to Joseph Fisher, Chairman of the Zoning Board of Appeals, regarding tree removal, 3 pages. Correspondence dated May 28th, 2014, from Hingham Board of Health to the Hingham Zoning Board of Appeals regarding the Village of Maine 40B project, 12 pages. Memorandum dated May 28, 2014, from Abby Pearsall, Senior Planner, Conservation Officer, to the Hingham Zoning Board of Appeals regarding SEB Village of Maine variance request, Conservation Commission findings, 1 page. Board of Appeals agenda for this evening. Correspondence dated May 28, 2014, from Jeff Engler to Joseph Fisher, Chairman, Zoning Board of Appeals, regarding Board of Health local regulations, 3 pages. Draft document dated 5/29/2014, from Susan Murphy regarding reference material for decision, 2 double-sided pages. Email correspondence dated May 29, 2014, and May 30th, 2014, from Bill Buckley to Jeff Engler, and forwarded to Emily Wentworth regarding questions from the Zoning Board of Appeals. Email correspondence dated May 30th, 2014, between Emily Wentworth, Jeff Engler regarding tree tagging. Copy of HAC decision dated January 26, 2004, in the case of Peppercorn Village Realty Trust, Helen versus Hopkinton Board of Appeals, 11 pages, and draft conditions dated June 2nd, 2014, for board consideration if permit granted, 8 double-sided pages.
Sue's doing a good job.
Okay.
So the chart that
Yes.
the chart, needless to say, is not 13 pages of correspondence. What Emily had put together a draft conditions. We had just gone some back and forth, mostly on kind of order and cleaning it up and that type of thing. And then in some cases you'll see, especially stuff in italics, came verbatim out of different requested conditions from different boards, et cetera. And between the 2 of us, we tried to annotate it with comments in the margin to kind of show you the origin, because, you know, with 13 pages and of just the list of documents and the hundreds of pages of papers, we just want to make sure that the board could figure out, kind of get your arms around all the paper. So the point of the chart was to just by topic or Board of Health, Conservation Commission, the engineers, traffic, try to put some order for the board into the information.
Right.
So that if you wanted to say, go back and look at, you know, a Jeff Dirk memo or a Bill Buckley email, or we would have it condensed. So this only goes through, it's dated May 29th, but it doesn't include the submittals that came in May 28th. So it's almost up to date, except for whatever was in your packet is not reflected on here.
Yep.
But it's not intended to be comprehensive. It's intended to just focus on documents in which potential conditions were suggested, noted, that type of thing. That was the point of it.
We have our waiver request list that we were going through May 7th, I believe. And we've gone through a number, several were marked hold.
So for the Board Board of Health, I think they were primarily marked hold for the Board of Health.
Yes.
Although subsequently, even though you had kind of gotten through, I think, to a certain extent, the wetlands bylaw waivers, or the local wetlands bylaw, Emily did get, or the board got, on the 28th from Abby Pearsall, another memo that had some suggested or requested conditions in them. So, and I think it had to do with the 60-foot setback waiver. So there was already, you had already discussed tentatively a waiver subject to reestablishment of the buffer area and only to the extent it's shown on the plan. And she's proposing study-related conditions. So I don't know, it's up to you, obviously, what order you want to go in, but that would be kind of jumping backwards with the waiver request. And then for the Board of Health, there is their subsequent letter that came in, which, in which they, provide the board with what they feel is additional supporting information for the concerns they've raised.
Yes.
Kind of, in one of the sections, kind of halfway through the letter, there was a condition requested related to monitoring wells. So what we did is just pull that out verbatim and put it in italics in the conditions for you to consider. But, this was the information that Dr. Schultz, when he was at the meeting, had asked the board to hold off on the waivers until you had a
Right.
chance to review that memo.
Yep.
So, so that's where you are. You have the, if you
Okay.
go,
So the waiver list that I have, and just make sure it's the right one, has a number of, let me see, it is 6 pages, which is the one we were working on at the last meeting. And according to my notes, we finished on page 4, item number 13, which was the waiver request concerning the requires components to be no more than 200 feet from the house. This is for Title V.
right. Right, but you had held 11 and 12.
We had held, I'm sorry, that was 13, right? We held 11 and 12, correct.
And then I think when we got to 15, it was another question of, should there be a hold?
Right.
And that's when we decided it would probably
Right,
make sense.
right, so we didn't go to 15. So what I'd like to do, with the concurrence of the board, is to the extent that there are issues that we have already dealt with that we need to revisit, I'd like to actually to do that revisiting first, because to the extent we're building on things, I don't want there to be a set of expectations that we've now gotten past it, and then we're sort of blindsiding people that we really haven't. So, are you comfortable with that, Susan, or would you?
Whatever the
Okay.
board thinks is appropriate.
I'm good with
Yep, okay.
Okay,
But I'd say, we only officially held, or the board only officially held on
Right.
the Board of Health, but like I said, you did get the supplemental memo.
Right,
from
and-
Concom.
and the purpose of this meeting is to make sure we've gotten all the input in, so even if we haven't held, but it turns out that there's additional input that we should be considering, let's consider it. So if we can go back, does everyone have a copy of the
I have the wrong version,
waiver list?
unfortunately.
Can we get a copy of yours?
I think we need a copy of yours.
Do-
Can we get a quick copy?
So can you make,
So we're, I grabbed what I thought was the current list.
okay.
Oh, I'm sorry. I did that during, no, I know, I did that during the other hearing, and I forgot to pull it back.
And this will actually give me time to read the memo from the Freeman Law Group that we got this evening, so let me just take that moment to do it.
Substantially a rehash of the pre-board issue.
In addition to your May 5th letter?
Right.
Okay.
Walter, have you received a copy of this?
There's extras, I think. Oh, you want to leave it over here for everyone?
Thank you.
Thank you.
Does Susan have a copy of this as well?
Yeah.
So Susan, is there anything on the first page of these waiver requests?
On number 2, on the compensatory storage, I
Yep.
had a note, confer with Concom. I don't know if Emily had a chance to do that.
I did, I had a discussion with the conservation officer about this one. She feels that if the board had discussed requiring 1 to 1.5 compensatory storage for any filling, she feels that that would be of the most value if it could be somehow incorporated into the wetland area and to improve wetland habitat. Did we talk about this, John?
We
No.
do, well, we talked before, last time at 1.5 to 1.
Yep. So if it is just a blanket requiring additional storage, but it's isolated.
Right, so you're talking
That's
about.
just more work within the buffer area.
Right.
So it's actually, it's requiring additional work within the buffer,
Yep.
and that's something that we don't allow under our local regs otherwise.
Yeah, it has to be contiguous with the grades,
Right.
so I don't see how they could do it
To do any sort of,
without it being.
yeah.
I think the wetlands are already too low, John.
But it's
Yeah.
gotta be right up next to it.
So they can't do that.
I would think the wetlands would already be too low to provide for the upper foot or 2 of the compensatory storage that would be required.
Because it's not filling wetland, it's only filling floodplain.
Right, correct.
So I think the concern was just that if it's just creating more work within the buffer area, it may not be of much value on its own, but if it could somehow create additional habitat or infiltration, then it would be of more value, was
It
the
depends on
talk
what
that
the
we had.
Buffer zone is 2. I'm not 100% familiar with the wetlands bylaw, but is there a buffer zone 2 bordering land subject to flooding, which is a resource area?
Yeah.
It's not
No,
necessarily a
there's not
wetland,
Well,
but it's a resource area.
yes, the bylaw, this came up in another circumstance, and the conservation officer did not interpret, and I believe the Concom has not in the past interpreted there to be a 50-foot buffer zone from a land subject to, I think if you did a literal reading of the regulations, it may say that, but they've never interpreted it that way.
Because some towns and cities do.
Right.
Which is kind of silly, frankly.
But this was actually came up, and she needed to interpret it on
Right.
something else a month or so ago, and she said it was not interpreted that way. So,
But I think, without looking at the plans in detail, it would seem to be a little difficult to meet that compensatory storage in the wetlands, because my sense is the wetlands are already too low to meet the requirements of the compensatory storage. You have to provide an equal volume at each foot of elevation that you fill within the floodplain.
So do you have a performance standard that you'd recommend?
The performance standard that's required is by the state, is the one-to-one on a per-foot basis. If it were to be 1.5 to 1, which is what was discussed last meeting.
Yes.
Maybe the way to handle that would be not to make the area bigger, but to perhaps start at a slightly lower elevation. So maybe got the plants would go in on the bottom before so otherwise. I'm saying that without looking at the plan to see exactly if you could do that without having to dig further, because usually if you connect to a wetland, you generally have to dig right in.
Right.
The wetland. But it might be possible to go a little bit lower, and then the volume would start at a lower elevation, which would automatically increase your storage quite a bit.
Right. Right.
Lower.
Right, exactly.
That much more space each time you come up. And that might be what Abby wanted without increasing the footprint by very much.
how would you word that in a sentence? Could you word that in a sentence? That could be translated into a permit.
Condition, right.
Well, I guess conceptually, if the board
Yeah.
is fine with it and it's doable, then we can come up with the language later, but I guess
Yeah.
conceptually.
If it's, yeah, I guess what you could say is that additional storage over, whatever number you come up with, whether it's 1.5, 1.25,
Right.
whatever, then the volume should be increased below the fill elevation, such that then you're creating a deeper.
Right, okay, so last time we came up with a 1.5 to 1, and so we would just add that performance standard to our prior condition.
Below the fill elevation.
Yes.
Right.
Anything else on the first page?
That was all
I don't have
had.
anything else
Nope.
there.
There was under section 6, on the earth removal, the waiver is to the extent that the loam soil removal is not already exempt. Then there would be a waiver of up to X cubic yards. And if it was above that, they would, have to come back to the board. But the X was not defined. I think Emily suggested a number.
I just borrowed the 10 cubic feet that's included in the
The
bylaw,
bylaw.
which then probably means that they're not getting
10
a
cubic
waiver.
feet or 10 cubic yards?
Cubic yards, right?
But, all right, but that would be of additional soil loam over and above what's exempt.
Correct.
So it would be, if you said 10 cubic yards, whatever the number is, that's 10 cubic yards over and above whatever the exempt amount would be, which is, there's no number on the exempt amount.
That's correct.
And again, we're only talking about loam which can't be reused on the site.
And isn't otherwise
Right.
exempt, because if it's part of buildings,
Right.
Or
road construction, et
it's
cetera, then
exempt.
it's
Right,
not.
right. Okay, I think we've,
So are you comfortable with the 10?
yeah,
the 10?
yes.
Yeah.
And I don't see anything else on page 2 that we need to revisit. Page 3,
All right, so in 3, number 4, is section 2B, no activity shall be within 50, within a 50-foot buffer strip.
Yep.
So the discussion had been that they have to reestablish the buffer area to the extent shown on the plan, revegetation with native vegetation, and then the May 28th, is it 28th memo that you have in your packet from Abby Pearsall came in. And figure out which pile that is in. It's a one-page, I believe
Yeah.
it's one page.
Right.
Yeah, here it is, right. That one right there.
Okay, and so for all my organization. But we also, oh, thank you. And then she has two proposed, she said, should the buffer width requirement be waived, it is recommended the applicant provide the following information, which are, I guess, studies of some
Right.
evidence. You'd have to do a study. So the first one is no hydrologic connection between the wetland and Fulling Mill area drinking water supply. That would allow contaminants from a failed wastewater system to travel through the wetland system into the water supply. And the second one, evidence that the proposed buffer width is adequate to protect the adjacent wetland from sediment, nutrients, and other pollutants generated from the development. Right, so the first one is really kind of a request for something
Right.
specific. I mean, I think the second one goes to
On that first
whether,
item,
I'm sorry, go ahead.
on that first item, I don't think that relates to the, I mean, that activity is located outside the 50-foot. It's more than 50 feet from the wetlands, any part of the septic system. So I'm having a little trouble seeing the relevance of that condition to the request to waive the 50-foot requirement. It's not far out of the 50 feet, but it is outside the 50 feet, so.
There's no hydro.
Yeah. I think that's more a Board of Health issue than it is a wetlands issue in this case.
Okay, then I don't.
Yeah. Number two, I guess we just need to figure out what that evidence might be.
I'd like to be able to phrase this so it's more definite and we're not creating issues for the applicant when they say, well, we can do lots of studies, but what really constitutes evidence? And-
I think this is an issue that's also raised in the Board of Health
Health.
material, so that might be the place to think
Okay.
about it
Yep.
in more detail.
Yep. Okay.
I agree.
So I think that I don't see putting this in for this waiver request.
But that's for the first one. How about the second one? Condition two.
Evidence that the proposed buffer width is adequate to protect the adjacent wetlands from sediment, nutrients, and other pollutants generated from the development.
That's more speaking to the purpose of that whole
It-
50-foot
it is,
setback
but I'm wondering
requirement. But right.
What evidence
Whatever,
would be acceptable?
I mean, I think revegetating that area is, that would go a long way towards meeting that requirement, if not meeting that requirement. Because that is the purpose of the undisturbed 50-foot zone.
Right, so the town bylaw has been set to 50 feet, really in recognition of what we view
Right.
as the appropriate buffer.
Right.
And to the
Minimum
extent
setback,
that
right.
they are looking only to comply with State Wetlands Protection Act with a reduced buffer, we want to make
Right.
sure that that buffer
Correct.
satisfies what's needed and won't generate additional problems that are local to our community.
Right, so we talked last time on this issue of requiring revegetation of that slope.
Right.
Below that area that they would propose to disturb within the 50 feet. And I think that would be adequate to meet that requirement. to meet the
What-
suggested condition 2.
Right, so.
Right.
But what level of vegetation do we think is appropriate that will actually give that protection?
Well, it's typically when you revegetate, I mean, you have a year or, 1 or 2 growing seasons for that to establish. I mean, there may be some temporary
Right.
period where there would need to be some sedimentation and erosion controls that are
Yep.
placed and maintained while the vegetation reestablishes itself. Typically, if you do a wetlands replication, you are required to,
Yep.
monitor 2 or 3 times during each of the next 2 growing seasons and maintain a certain success rate of the replanting in order for that to
Okay.
meet that requirement.
So we're talking about item number 4 on page 3, and we would accompany the waiver request with a condition for revegetation to be monitored over 2 to 3 year period?
Yes. I would say 2. 2 growing seasons
2 growing,
following
right.
construction.
After construction, is that what you said?
Following construction, yes.
Following.
Yeah.
Follow, yep. And if it's not successful, we have to go back and reestablish again, so.
So it's more than simply monitoring, it's in fact
Maintained.
making sure
Ensuring
that
that.
Maintain.
Insured, right.
that it
They
has
want some assurance
survived.
that.
If it
right.
survived the 2 years, it's likely to continue surviving, but if it hasn't,
That's
then it
correct.
needs to be
Yep.
revegetated.
Yes. Yep.
Okay, I'm comfortable adding that to item 4 on page 3.
Yep.
Susan, anything else on this page?
Yeah, so then, now we get to number 4, now we're into the Board of Health. So what you have is the May 28th
Well, give us a
memo.
number that you're focusing on.
Yeah.
So we're on number 10, number 11.
Okay, so anything prior to 11?
No.
Um,
I mean, you reviewed them and suggested conditions to the waivers.
Correct.
So those we have notes on.
Okay,
And so then, and number 9 seemed acceptable.
Yes.
And then number 10 was waived subject to Board of Health suggestion. I
Right.
don't-
Inverted,
Well, that's what I wrote down. What does that mean? Sorry. We wrote waived subject to Board of Health suggestion. They, in there, okay, so when you, let me, I'm gonna go
your
back.
packet.
So, yes, they have an addendum that they provided, which is attached to here. And for number 10, well, it's, the numbers changed on the waiver list, so they don't match the addendum anymore. But that's, so if we go by regulation section numbers, 411, did this get changed? How come this is different than what? Oh, 410.
410 is number 4.
Yes, so there was 3, they had 3 bullet points, that they plot systems if they have publicly available information. They be required to contact butters who are not on record to request it, but they're not required to plot something if they can't
Right.
get the information. So that was it. So that is, let me just note, to Board of Health suggestion addendum 52814, C. Board of Health. Okay. Just a general statement before you dive into the rest of these. So you have, there's been a series of 3 memos from the Board of Health, January 3rd, January 4 now, January 3rd, January 21st, February 11th, plus the
28th.
addendum, which is there kind of going item by item. So the most recent is intended to provide some of the substantive, the intent is to provide substantive information that the applicant had said was lacking from prior Board of Health communications. And so that's, and then, as I said, there is a suggested condition within the letter as well. And so what you have is the list of the addendum, which lists all of the items that the Board of Health requests that you not waive, and these series of letters with their support for that request. And it's, we are at the point now where the board needs to determine
Right.
whether this information
Right.
justifies the denial of the waivers.
Right. So
No,
on,
then, I apologize. And then subsequent to that, SEB did submit a two-page letter as well as a plan that I believe you should have color copies of in your package. Did they get? They didn't get, okay, I have a color one that you guys can share. That shows a diameter around the fulling mill. Here, you guys
yeah,
can.
I've seen it.
There you go. All right. So you have the May 28th letter from the Board of Health, a subsequent May 28th response from SEB, which was received on the 29th, with that map or plan.
Oh,
Okay.
thank you. Yeah, I see.
So, neighbors. This is what we submitted. This is a radii plan, this is the Fulling Mill Pond. We have the center. This is our site right at the edge of the radii. It shows everything within 3,200 feet.
Is it 3,200 feet from the pond or from the well site?
From the well site.
In the zone 2, it's shown as the irregular line. It sort of goes off the top of the page, off the bottom of the page, but it's not, okay.
Correct.
All right.
So in other words, there's many, many more properties also within zone 2 that are further away from the well site than what we are.
So these are all within the zone too, right?
Yes.
Here and here.
Yeah. Looks like it goes all the way to Fulling Mill or to
Right.
Dackord Brook on the east.
Okay.
I think this is the issue that we talked a little bit about last time, but this development, I don't think the proper way to look at this is the total number of bedrooms, but it's the additional number of bedrooms beyond what would be like allowed as of right for a residential development on this lot. If it was subdivided, how many bedrooms, you know, et cetera. I think it's the delta that we're looking at here. which
Not the
would-
total.
Not the total, because there is an expectation that some residential development could occur on the site. I mean, there already is an existing home
Right.
there. And there might be, I don't know, a few more that could be built in compliance with the bylaws. So it strikes me that it's the delta, the additional number that's being requested. That's really the issue here. Whether that would require all these additional studies.
But we don't have the kind of the baseline of what could, we don't know where the starting point is though, right? Yeah.
Okay, Susan, so the waiver request, we're on page 3?
On page 3, section 4,
Right, the one at the bottom of page.
Roman 4.11.
So we're number 11 on our list.
And this was the question about requiring additional studies. And I think, I don't want to speak for the Board of Health, but my understanding is that, because it did come up at the last meeting, that it was similar, there's a similar kind of discussion about, is there a hydrologic connection between the wetlands adjacent or on this site and the water supply? So now you have that study issue is in front of you.
Yes, sir.
Do I need to speak in the mic, or is this okay?
You project very well, but just make sure you identify yourself for the record.
Kirk Schultz, a member of the Hingham Board of Health.
Yep.
Two issues. The first is we had an opportunity to see the correspondence from the applicant dated May 28th. And we had the opportunity to speak, Mr. Kaplan and I, about that particular letter, and we could add some relevance to the information that's presented along with the map that we see before. As far as the additional studies and the variance that we're on, part of the Title V process involves our hiring a reviewer, similar to what John does for the Conservation Commission, to review the plans as they come in. And that's a normal process with Title V. That's not what we're talking about here today. What we're talking about are those variances that are unique to Hingham relative to our supplemental regulations above the state standard.
Right.
And we talked at the last meeting, well, what would be an example of an additional study? And I mentioned, it's not something that we are looking for an extensive degree of studies to slow the process down. That's not what we're here for, the Board of Health. We're here to help the applicant provide a residential development that the neighbors are happy with, that fits within the property, and also respects the health and safety of the citizens of the town. So there could be a question from the applicant, I haven't heard yet, regarding the groundwater study. And that's something that we have put, and I think it's, again, 8 or 9 pages of report. I haven't seen it with the letterhead on there, so I don't know whether it's flipped over to another page. But we have a compelling, we feel we have a compelling argument that has a groundwater connectivity between the applicant's property and the Fulling Mill wellfield complex. Our report was not only put together by educated people, but we also had a hydrogeologist look it over and give us critique and comments. So we feel as though the hydrology connection has been adequately made, and we've outlined that within our report. If the applicant believes that there is something different that they believe exists, then we think the onus is on them to show us why that is different. And so that if there is a study that would be produced, it's something that they would initiate, but we would have to review that and make sure that the study just isn't the one-sided, that we would have the opportunity to hire an independent analysis to be able to do an additional study for that particular topic. And so that would be the example I'd give you tonight for an additional study that we're not asking for, but if the applicant is projecting that or suggesting that the groundwater study is needed, then that's something that we can certainly contract with and do a more extensive review in that regard if need be. If the board would request.
Could you talk a little bit about the risks that you see and the reason why you think you're concerned about this connection?
There are a number of concerns, and what's important is that we live here in Hingham, we've been here for a long, long time. We've recognized these concerns for a long period of time. The Board of Health regulations date back to the mid-1990s, in which we recognize that we're in a watershed that has a problem, with during the summertime that we have extensive dewatering, and because of that, the concentrations of nitrogen within the groundwater elevate. And so the Board of Health put together our regulation local, Regulation 6.8, which you have before you, which requires that we go above the state standard of 12,500, of the state standard of 10,000 square foot per bedroom, that in the town of Hingham, that we have 12,500, about a 20% increase. And that's based on studies that we had done in cooperation with the Cape Cod nitrogen loading study that showed a similar type of protective level. And we've been operating under that 12,500 square foot per bedroom standard since the mid-1990s. And that is the only thing that will reduce the amount of nitrogen, the loading of the nitrogen within the soil. It's the most significant thing we're asking for. In addition to that, there's something called concentration. And that is the amount of nitrogen that's being added to the ground. And the Board of Health has a significant concern over the use of wetlands for denitrification processes. And that's one of the reasons that we've asked for additional testing to monitor that. Members of the Board of Health, myself included, Mr. Kaplan, went into the state DEP and discussed this issue, and we found out that DEP regulation, again, Title V, allows the applicant to utilize wetlands for the calculations for their septic system. Although if they didn't own the property, they couldn't use it because it's land underwater. There's a dichotomy there. And so, well, are you going to go with the science, or are you going to go with the legal construct? And so the Board of Health is in that place that the legal construct we will certainly entertain, we must. But at the same time, to recognize that the utilization of wetlands for this type of denitrification is something that Title V themselves has questioned, and so we have that same question. And that's what fits into the additional testing that we believe that Title V may allow us to do, but certainly it's clearly outlined within our Hingham supplemental regulations as far as that regard.
What are the health, safety, any other issues to the community that you see?
By having nitrogen introduced into the groundwater, it causes a disease that young babies can get, blue baby syndrome. It's because people utilize water, mothers, water supply, and so that can get transferred through breast milk. But also that a lot of people do formula, and that is made from water that comes from our municipal system. So we have to be concerned about nitrogen loading of our water supply. And what we've seen already within the town of Hingham is one of the wells within Aquarian system, the one that they measured, had excessive amount of nitrogen within the soils to the point where the state mandated that they do additional testing on that well and send out a release to the public, notifying the public of the concern and the Board of Health. So our town has already gone over that limit of concern from the DEP, which when we look at the Title V regulations, one of the things that the applicant is going to need to do is nitrogen loading testing at the property line of 5 milligrams of nitrogen per liter, a very significant stringent standard because of a couple things. They're in a zone 2, they are over 2,000 gallons per day with a septic system which only has provisional use, not general use. And within our town, we've already documented that we're over the limit of 5 milligrams per liter at a test well. Or no, a drinking well. A drinking well. And so, from my perspective, they have a very tough perspective to get through from Title V. But more importantly, it's the regulations that we have outlined within our supplemental that we would hope that the zoning board would hold them to for the protection specifically on the water supply. And that's why we outlined that extensively within our report, and you have it in front of you. There's one thing I must mention. within the addendum that we sent you for the waiver requirements.
Yep.
Again, when it got paginated from the header, one of the local regulations was omitted.
Is that number 26, which is missing?
Yep.
It's 6.6, the Eel River. We talked about it at the last meeting, and we would be, when we get there, I can speak to that in detail, but it's not, it's contained on the overall list that we're going through currently, but it's not on the addendum with the information that I could provide if you'd like when we get there.
Okay. Yeah, I did notice
It
that.
deals with the Eel River.
Goes
Yeah.
from 25 to 27.
Got it. That's,
But, so on 411
yep,
in particular, this is the requirement that the Board of Health have the authority to require additional studies at their discretion. So I'm not sure whether there's a specific study that you feel needs to be required that may not be required under Title V. If you could just be specific to that question.
And this is brought up within our letter in which we talked about the monitoring wells, that the applicant has a choice for that waiver. They could either claim that groundwater migrates to the west, in which our well supply would be more protected because the plume of nitrogen is going west. We don't believe that to be the case. We have an expert that supports us that believes that not to be the case, but again, we don't know what their suggestion is. And if they argue that point, we would request the groundwater study as an additional process. Now, if they agree that, okay, it seems like what you guys have written is reasonable, sounds like it's pretty intelligent, the plume would indeed travel to the east, monitoring wells, sure, we'll do some monitoring wells to help out the community. We don't need the study, because they've now advocated that particular issue. It's not our job on the Board of Health or Conservation to do the engineering for them. I don't know what they want to do, and so we're just covering each base that's available to us to protect the town.
Okay, so I'm going to refer the board to the bottom of page 3 of the Board of Health memo.
are you talking the addendum or the memo?
The memo, the May 28th letter memo.
But there's the May 28th addendum as well.
Right, but
But the addendum is
body
with
of
the specific
right,
waivers.
okay,
I'm talking
right.
about the letter for where we're talking
Water
about.
supply susceptibility.
So at about halfway through that paragraph on water supply susceptibility is where the Board of Health talks about what they believe is the connection to the wells. And so they have a quote from a 2002 report. And then the other place is bottom of page 7 over to page 8 is where the monitoring is discussed, and the requested condition is at the top of page 8. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 lines down. At the end of the line, the Board of Health suggests the ZBA only consider waiving if they agree to install monitoring wells. So if I understand Dr. Schultz correctly, he's requesting the conditions on page 8. If they dispute the need for those, then he would suggest the study would be needed to show that what is stated on page 3 is not actually.
Got it.
Okay, is that a fair interpretation?
Yes, it is.
Thank you.
Okay.
I know someone from the applicant wanted to speak, but Sue, do you have anything else before I?
No, I'm just trying to help
Yeah, no,
you
that was perfect.
corral the information.
Good. Yes, sir. One of you.
Thanks, Jeff. Mr. Chairman, good evening. For the record, my name is Bill Buckley from Bay Colony Group, and I'd just like to address some of the issues that were brought up this evening. And unfortunately, my voice doesn't carry, so I'll just speak into the microphone. I think it's important to know that since the beginning of this process, sometime I think in January or such, we've asked the town to supply us with the studies and the data where they determined that 12,500 square feet per bedroom is the appropriate density of septic for the town within a Zone 2. And we've never received that. We have never received, to this date, we have not received it. So typically what happens on one of those studies, I've seen them, I'm using one now, they were done mostly back in the 80s when the DEP was mapping these Zone 2s, these interim Zone 2s, and what they involved when they were done was an analysis of where the water comes from that goes to the wells. It also involved the nitrogen was the contaminant of choice in order to study these when there's a whole range of contaminants, because as has been pointed out, nitrogen doesn't go away in the soils. It doesn't go away in the soils. It doesn't get attenuated in wetlands. It stays with it. So really the main way to eliminate the threat of too much nitrogen in water is dilution. So that's what we were looking for, was a study that showed here is the Zone 2. We've studied the number of houses in there. They make assumptions based on the number of houses, the amount of impervious area, what the stuff goes on your lawns, and it cranks out a number. And we wanted that study so we could look at it and say, okay, let us put our project into the variables. And Mr. Freeman mentioned tonight something that I wanted to bring up is we're talking about a delta here. What is the delta? Because the starting point is 10,000 gallons per day per bedroom. That is the starting point, in our opinion. I know you might have a different one, but that would be the baseline because that's what the DEP has allowed us to do. So that would be the baseline. So then the delta is what's the difference between the 10,000 square feet per bedroom and 12,500 square feet per bedroom. And then we could have looked at that and said, oh yeah, the town's right there. Or no, the town is way down here, and the 5 additional bedrooms, which we're going to add into that large Zone 2 area, will not have an impact, or will have an impact that's really not even measurable. So we have not gotten that data. Maybe it doesn't exist. I don't know. Second thing is hydrologic connection. We've never said that there's no hydrologic connection here. We're in a Zone 2. There is a hydrologic connection. What we've said is there was some position was that the water from our side, surface water, flows to the other side. And we said, no, it doesn't because Main Street blocks it, and there's no culverts underneath there. There's no equalization culverts that we could find. As a matter of fact, all the water that comes down Main Street from our hill hits the drains and goes east, goes toward the wells. It doesn't go left, that we could find anyways. The denitrification in wetlands, we talked about that. We've addressed it in our memos, and it was brought up again tonight. And then wetlands don't denitrify anything. The only thing that gets done is a dilution in the wetlands. And the question involved, we're talking about, they call it a nitrogen aggregation plan. So let's say, for example, we had this 4-acre site. Let's just say it's a 4-acre site, but we needed 10 acres. So we could go buy the other 6 acres someplace else in that Zone 2 and then put a permanent restriction on it. And that permanent restriction would make up for the land that we didn't have. So that's what's called a nitrogen aggregation plan. We don't need that because we have enough area on our site. Wetlands is counted as area in the wetlands. In the Title V. So the thought here was made. Oh no, it's the science, because on a nitrogen aggregation plan, you can't use land subject to flooding, wetlands, and the thought brought up tonight was, well, that's science. Why can you use it there? My guess is the reason they do that is not because it has nothing to do with science. It has to do with so Joe developer doesn't go out and buy 10 acres of worthless wetland and use that as his nitrogen aggregation plan. That's my guess as why for a nitrogen aggregation plan, you can't use wetlands, but if you own the property, it's on the same land, you don't need to do that. God bless you. So that's my thoughts on that. Again, we talked about, we never said the effluent plume goes west. We were talking about surface water. I'm sure it flows toward the well, because we wouldn't be in a zone 2 if our water didn't contribute to the well. So we know that the effluent that goes into our site heads in that direction. We've never said otherwise. The thought about the wells, one of your wells has had a problem. I went on your website, and every municipal water system publishes it every year. You probably get it in the mail if you have a municipal water system. It gives you a report about, how's your wells doing. So when I went on and checked, I said, well, maybe Hingham's having a problem here with nitrogen in their wells. So I went on the site, checked it, and the last one that was available, I think it was less than 1 milligram per liter. Does that mean that you might get a period where it spikes for some reason? No, you could. I'm sure it did. If the Board of Health says it happened. But it also could spike for, you probably get it for, I can't think of the other pollutant you always see, with something, it comes from waste, human waste or animal waste, coliform. So you get a coliform contamination. That happens quite often. That doesn't mean you have a huge problem with it. It means there's a spike and it goes forward. So I think it would be unfair to classify that as, some ongoing issue. I don't see it in the numbers that at least are published available to the public like me.
And what is the threshold?
10 milligrams per liter.
In the most recent public information, we were at 1?
About half of 1, less than 1.
Okay.
The monitoring wells. So here's my thought on monitoring wells. What we're proposing to you is to follow the DEP standards. Here's the DEP standards for this system. We have to monitor total nitrogen, BOD, pH, and total suspended solids once a month for 3 years. And then after that, we can go back to doing it quarterly. So the once a month for 3 years is probably to make sure it works. And then after 3 years, okay, now you can go down to quarterly and do that. And then also in that standard, we have to meter flows. So we're checking flows. We're checking, when they do the check, and I don't do it, I've never even seen it done, but they have to check the influent. So they'll check what's coming into the septic tank, and then they check the outflow. So as it's coming out of, in the case of a fast, they probably check it where it's coming out of the fast tank itself. So you're getting the highest concentrations with these measurements. If you put a well, 1,000 feet downstream, 500 feet downstream, you're not going to get, we're telling you what's coming into it now, and it has to meet the standard there. What is it going to tell you if you're measuring something downstream? It might tell you that there's an issue, and I'll give you an example of projects that I've been on, not so much for monitoring wells, but for water bodies. So we'll do a project on a water body, and it's not surrounding a water body, but there's a water body there. And then maybe the Conservation Commission says, oh, we want you to monitor for these water quality issues. Mm-hmm. Okay. So we monitor for those water quality issues, and at some point, the water quality issue might come up, something might happen, just like a well. And they say, what are you going to do about it? And here's the invariable answer. How do you know it's us? We're not the only ones contributing to that water body. So we're checking the stuff that's coming out of our system. But a well that's down, or however far away you want to put it, doesn't necessarily equate with anything we're doing. And if it's clean coming out of our system, I can't see how it could get polluted or more of a problem between where we are and where that well might be. So those are my thoughts on that.
What are the costs for a monitoring well?
Maybe, depending how deep you go, but that type of well would be relatively shallow, several $1,000s per well. You drive it, and then you'd put a solid casing in. At the bottom, there would be a thing, and then you'd have a cap and a metal thing that would protect it from tampering.
So ballpark in the neighborhood of 2,000 to 3,000, you think, per well?
Yeah, per well.
Mr. Chairman? Just on that one issue.
Yep. Well, before, did you,
No,
is
sir.
this now your pause point, so we can,
That's my look around, any more questions point.
okay, we will, but,
Thank you.
yeah, go ahead.
Dr. Kirk.
A number of things I'd like to address
Yeah.
on that, but just on the monitoring wells, because you asked the question.
Yeah.
Monitoring wells is not a well. You need an upgrading well, then you need wells that are downgraded. You see what's going into it, what's coming out. And so we're not talking about one well, we're talking about a monitoring well program. And so, yeah, the engineer is incorrect in his understanding of monitoring wells. I can speak to some of the other issues, but I can answer the worst questions when you get to each section if you like.
So just a couple of clarifications. Joe Freeman was talking about the delta.
Right.
So this is, I believe, Residence B. So, we have 3 different zoning districts, different square footage. My understanding, although it wasn't done on my time or Todd's time on the planning board, was that the increase in lot sizes was particularly in the southern half of Hingham, and was primarily driven by septic system type issues.
Right.
So I guess the question is the delta is the delta you're looking at the delta between 10,000 and 2,500 for the 16 units? Or is it between the however many 3, 2, 3, 4 houses you could build under zoning for that square footage and 16 units? So I guess the question is, and is there?
That should be bedrooms.
Right, should be
It
bedrooms.
would be
right.
bedrooms.
It's
So-
bedrooms.
So we do a proof
But-
plan.
but is
Well,
it-
right, but let's say you could do 3 or 4 houses in a subdivision, then that would be how many bedrooms?
Correct.
Right, so, anyway, that's
Right.
not my area of expertise, and the answer may be the same regardless,
Right.
but I wasn't sure that what Joe said and Mr. Buckley said was the same delta, so I just didn't know if there's
Well, I think
clarification
we're
on
talking
that.
I guess the delta is what would it be from the zoning bylaw requirement? Residence beats 30,000 square foot minimum lot size.
Right,
Doesn't speak to how many bedrooms.
So so a conceptual approach just to try to answer this question would be you do a proof plan, you'd figure out how many lots
Right.
that you could get on the site, and then you'd have to make some
No.
assumption about number of bedrooms, and that would be your starting point, and then you compare that to the bedrooms that the total bedrooms that the applicant is proposing, and that would be the delta in bedrooms.
And then you multiply that by the delta in going from 10,000, or going down to 10,000.
well, like,
Right.
and just, okay.
Well, talking, for the record, Jeff Engler, we would comply with this whole issue if we had 43 bedrooms. I understand your point, well, what could you do, through the planning board or whatnot with the delta? But we would comply if we had 43 bedrooms. We proposed 48. I'm not a civil engineer, but in layman's terms, I mean, this plan, I counted, you have like almost 1,000 bedrooms, close to the pond as what we are. And most of those are individual septic systems that are not monitored. There's no maintenance plan. It could be there for 10 years in scale and whatnot. Our plan indefinitely is monitored. What's coming out is cleaner than anybody in this room that has an individual septic system. So what the town would have to show is how are those 5 bedrooms, when there's 900 bedrooms or 1,000 bedrooms in this radius,
That's correct.
We know certainly there would be more monitoring wells, so the question was one monitoring well. I know quite well that he understands monitoring well programs.
For our edification, how did you get to 43 bedrooms?
That
If you
was-
take the square footage of the site
Yeah.
and divide it by 10,000, or if you divide it by 12,500, you'll come up with 43. So you take the total square footage of the site, divide it by 12,500, the town standard, you'll come up with 43.
And that includes the wetland area then?
It does include the wetland area.
Okay, but if we were just to
Those
include the
roads?
upland area for like a standard subdivision, how many bedrooms?
Yeah.
Oh, I don't know.
Yeah, you-
I don't know.
What is it, about
I mean,
4.7?
yeah, generally, you'd have to
Less
do a
than
proof
5
plan that
acres.
would show you could actually get lots created and.
But let me point this out to you, just because somebody made the point, you can include, so let's say we wanted to put a house there. Let's say somebody wanted to put 5 big houses, or whatever the number is. When you put that 5 houses in there, as long as I don't know what the zoning is, so I'm just throwing numbers out, understand it. So let's say you're gonna have 30,000 square feet of upland, God bless you, and a total of 60. I don't know what the number is, but whatever the number is, when you go do the nitrogen loading analysis for that house, you can include the wetland because it's on your property. So to say, oh, it's 4.9 acres and you can only include that, it doesn't work in the regulatory world. I can include any of the wetland as long as it's on the same lot as the system.
Right, right.
That would restrict the
But-
total number of lots that you can
Right.
subdivide, because you can't have a lot that's all
Yes,
wetlands.
yes, you can.
Right. So you have to figure out the
You could, but it's
number
not
of,
developed.
the number of compliant lots first.
But what Bill is
Right.
saying is you
I
can
think-
have one single-family home with 48 bedrooms.
Yeah, you could.
Yeah, you
Something
could,
Silly
yeah,
like that.
yeah.
You
That's
could.
absurd, but
But I think Jeff's point too is really to the point, is we could come in today and say, okay, we're only going to do 43 bedrooms, and that issue goes away. So, and our position is 43 is the baseline, and then 48 would be what we're asking. So if we come in tonight and said 43, you'd say, okay, you meet the standard, we wouldn't be talking about this.
Mr. Chairman, there's been a number of misperceptions of the information. And we pointed out in the letter about the stressed watershed study, in which the applicant's expert thought was just a brief section of the Weir River from a standpoint of the lawn current. And it isn't. It's the entire watershed is affected by that study. And that basic misunderstanding of that information is important. Here's the next piece of the misinformation, that circle over there. All those homes and bedrooms that he pointed out, they're all on the ground. They're not gonna be removed. We can't remove that nitrogen that's there. We can't force those people that own those homes to upgrade their septic systems. The only thing that we can do is we can limit the increased amount of nitrogen into the area by making it, having a product that's safe. Another misconception, in their letter, that's called the Plymouth Elementary School, the South Elementary School, and they talk about it, it's the middle school. They just don't have, in my mind, a full understanding of what it is that we in Hingham have been dealing with since the mid-nineties as far as our regulations and dealing with the issue of stressed watershed and this region around our drinking wells. So it's very important to get the facts right. And there's a number of things that I'm hearing tonight that aren't right. The 12, from our calculations, and I heard behind me, the way that you calculate the amount of bedrooms per site is not on square footage, because you have to look at a buildable lot, which is 40,000 square footage, not the actual per acre, as opposed to, 43,200, whatever, per acre. And so there's a difference there in Title V. Again, you're not looking at square footage, you're looking at acreage converted over to buildable lots. The nitrogen loading, and I heard this, you look on the website, just call Aquarium, call the Board of Health. We have the letter from the state, DEP, call the DEP. that shows that a water well in Hingham, raw water going into our drinking supply, had 5.1 milligrams of nitrogen in it. Now, that's not their fault, but it shows that our groundwater is already saturated at points. And so that can happen here. Well, if you look at the overall aggregate for the full year, it's only, what, 1.1. And that's because over the year, you have water sources coming in from Aqua Brook that are mixing into Aquarian system. It's when the water, during the summer, and I mentioned this in the letter, that during the summer, they rotate these wells because they run them dry. There's a cone that develops under the well that they can cavitate the wells by pulling out water too quickly. So they rotate. So in the summertime during the drought, we may get water from 1 or 2 wells because the other ones are being recouped for water. And it may be this well here. And so the idea that, oh, the aggregate over the year, that looks fine. Yeah, it looks fine because for 10 months of the year, you're getting fabulous water. And water that comes out of a septic system is never clean. Never. Ever. It always has nitrogen. Always. And you can't get rid of it. The only way you can flush it out. And so that's why the problem that we have is in the summer, when it's dry. And the other time would be in the spring when a lot of people would fertilize these on the lawns. Fortunately, it rains a lot in the springtime. So there's a lot of misperceptions that we're hearing over the past couple of months. And I apologize to some of the times that the Board of Health member wasn't here to answer those. But in our letter, we went through and outlined those misperceptions. I heard a few tonight. I've seen one in the letter on Thursday regarding the school and regarding this notion of existing homes. Half of them are downgrading. So, Mr. Chairman, you need to take the information for the expertise behind it. And I think that the Board of Health, we've put a lot of work behind what we've done. We're proud of our study. We've had it reviewed. And we believe that we've met the standard for this town as far as you're looking at the Hingham supplemental regulations and agreeing to hold the applicant to these standards. Final thing. I don't know where 43 bedrooms came from. We gave you the calculations regarding Title V. And so from our understanding, this is a 39-bedroom overall lot. And so I don't know where the numbers above that are coming from. And so that's the number that we have calculated with our record. Again, figuring 6, 8 into the mix. We're comfortable, not comfortable, we're hopeful that the zoning board will support the keeping that particular requirement in place. Thank you.
One of the things that is going to be looked at is whether or not the concerns of the Board of Health are being selectively applied to a 40B applicant, or is this your overall concerns and that you are treating everyone consistently? Could you address that?
Clearly, we treat any applicant that comes in the same. We actually, as I mentioned, we try to help them out. That's what we do in the town. We want, it's their property, we want them to build it the way they see fit, that fits with the legal requirements and the health and safety of the town. So we go out of our way, give you advice, come in, we'll talk about it. In this particular project, we haven't had that opportunity, but we would hold any applicant to the same standard of $12,500 per bedroom. One of the areas that we would consider a variance to that would be those regions in which you are out of a zone 2 and you don't have somebody else who's using a private drinking water supply next door. So that's why we have 12.5 through the entire town, because we're protecting the municipal water supply for not only Hingham, the entire town of Hull and parts of Cohasset. 35,000 people were looking for their interest, as opposed to the interest of the number of people that are going to get affordable housing within this particular project. And so we don't treat 40Bs any more stringent or any less stringent. We treat everyone the same. And we've done monitoring wells. The agency, they have monitoring wells in their particular property. And so they're not as close to a wellhead. They're on the Aqua Brook. And remember, the Aqua, because it's open to the air, there is some natural aeration, aerobic and denitrification going on there. You don't see that in groundwater. And that's why there's a more significant standard here. And they have what? Aquarium on the other side of Main Street. This is a significant piece of property. The board wrestled. Our initial understanding of this was we weren't going to approve anything other than 4.5 acres of upland and what you can build on that. And it was only after we met with the state for an hour and we talked about this particular issue with Mr. Ferris, and he said, this is the construct, fine. But he gave us information, said, go to Topsfield. They're in a stressed environment watershed too. What do they do up in their neck of the woods for denitrification and watershed protection? We included that within the letter.
Yep.
We also know that the testing that goes on in the Cape regarding the Title V systems, you heard about this back in the mid-'80s or '90s, that back then people had fixtures within their house that used more water. And so the studies were based on toilets and showers that didn't have the low flow restriction. So now what we're seeing is the effluent is actually 20% higher than what the studies show. That's something we learned at the DEP with our meeting. So there's a lot of information behind this, and again, we can stand up and provide whatever it is that you'd like us to do and assist them in building a project, because we're not opposed to that. We just want them to meet the standards that everyone else is held to.
Thank you. Now, I know there's a number of people who would want to respond. We've got a lot of regulations we need to get through, so I'm going to hold off on public comment until we make our way through the regulations, because I suspect public comment will be not only on what we just covered, but on a number of issues as well. But yes, please. I do want to give the applicant a chance.
I appreciate it, Mr. Chairman. And I think we're close to beating this horse to death, but we spoke to the engineer that recently there was a major upgrade, and if we incorrectly characterize the school, it's on me. The plans, all over the plan that say middle school, that's what we were going off. But relative to fairness, they just went through a major upgrade, and they have the equivalent of 58 bedrooms in that system, which is ironically a very similar system to what we are. Presumably they didn't have a room full of neighbors complaining about the process, so it went right through. But that's 58 bedroom equivalent, certainly more than what we have, and it's a stone's throw from where we're proposing it. And unless somehow what's coming out of that system has a different nitrogen load or other pollutants, I don't see it. So.
Well, but that school was already there.
Yeah, but they redid the system a couple of years ago.
And you're saying that they made it larger.
No, Mr. Chairman,
well,
that was called an upgrade to an existing system that has a different standard than a brand new system.
But the point is, it's 58 bedrooms, whether or not it was there, but it doesn't change the fact of it's influencing the pond, the well.
Yes, sir.
Bob Engler of SEB. Just two comments. One, the Board of Health talks about being friendly and helping us, yet when Jeff went to the hearing, they refused to let him speak. So I don't know where that comes from, but that's not cooperation. The point I want to make we're here tonight is there's a lot of existing conditions going on in the town, whether they're good or bad, or whether there's studies that we've never seen. The issue is under 40B, we're not required to deal with existing off-site problems, whether that's traffic or noise or the problems with the summertime here. Those are existing issues. What do we do to contribute to that? That's why we're looking at a very small delta. We're not contributing to all the issues in town, nor does 40B make a requirement of any applicant to deal with those off-site conditions. So I see that no different than you're looking at a traffic problem or a maintenance problem or an enforcement problem where there are cars parked on the street and shouldn't be. That's no longer a requirement of 40B applicant, and neither should all these issues that the Board of Health is raising be a requirement that we have to deal with. We need to meet Title V standards. If we can't do that, we don't have a project. If you ask us to meet local requirements, which with studies we've never seen, we hear a lot of words, we've never got the studies, we can't meet those, and we don't have a project. That's really what it comes down to.
Mr. Chairman, I must. That was a silly argument, because nitrogen does not stay on the property. It actually goes off the property. So what he just said was incorrect. Nitrogen is something we have to deal with in our community from his particular project that he's proposing.
Joe, so
Now, we're going to, I really,
I understand, but I think it's relevant.
okay, I'm going to stop you now, because if I'm going to do you, there's others, and we need to move on. So I appreciate the fact that you've got comments. We've got an agenda we need to keep to, and we will get to public comment after we get through the next part of the agenda.
Okay.
Susan?
Waiver number 11.
Yes.
Does the board, will the board waive section 411, which gives the Board of Health the authority to require additional studies at their discretion? The only study that was highlighted in the discussion that was just had was related to whether or not there was a question or debate about the hydrologic connection. If I understand Mr. Buckley's comments,
There is a
he
hydrologic,
conceded
yes.
that point. So I have not heard from either the Conservation Commission or the Board of Health a specific type of study. So we're talking about a waiver of the requirement for additional studies, or not waiving it, which would allow any types of studies, because you have not been presented with a request for a waive except for type
Right.
of scenario. So that's the question now before you.
Right, and it would seem to me that there is an appropriate middle ground, which is, I think the applicant should not be subjected to requests without some appropriate standard, but if there are conditions that arise that this board thinks are appropriate, that would require a study, that should be a requirement. So if there are, for example, concerns about impacts on drinking water, that we should be in a position to require that. Part of what's going on is that the Title V studies that would normally be done have not been done. So we're sort of guessing as to what they will show.
Right.
And often you do a study and it points you in what the next step should be. And without the baseline Title V study being done, we're guessing. And I don't think the applicant should be subject to whatever, but we shouldn't be trapped in saying no further studies, period, because we just don't have the baseline Title V study. That's what I'm concerned with.
I'm just going to ask a hypothetical
ahead.
question. The applicant's in front of the Board of Health for their Title V review.
Yes.
They submit whatever information.
Yep.
The Board of Health says, we don't think this is sufficient information. If we're going to act on this, or
For purposes of Title V.
for purposes of Title V, if we are going to be able to act on it, we need this additional information.
Right.
If the applicant's not willing to grant it, the board could deny it, condition it, and that has its own separate appeal process
Right.
under state law. So the only question here is there something other than what the Board of Health might require in connection with a Title V review that the board needs to preserve? I think that's the question in front of you.
Right, and again, what I'm saying is we are shooting in the dark because without having the initial Title V study to point us in what else should be done, I can speculate, but that speculation is really not all that helpful.
May I make a suggestion? It seems like we had a lot of discussion on nitrogen loading.
Mm-hmm.
And there was the point made that because we're in a Zone 2, there's a 5 MGL nitrogen loading standard at the property line. Is that correct? 10. I heard 5 at one point.
It is fine, because
So that's in dispute. Okay.
I don't know why.
Okay,
I can
all right,
show you
okay.
right here in
No,
black and white,
I mean,
but it's fine.
right now it's in dispute, so, right. Whatever that appropriate standard is that an appropriate condition to impose? If there is an exceedance, continuing exceedance of that standard at the property line, then that would require some additional mitigation. Is that appropriate?
So how do we know that there is the exceedance? It's that testing that you want.
Through that, there would be monitoring at the property lines. And I believe, again, it was stated monthly for 3 years and then quarterly.
Right, that's the Title V, correct? Yes.
I hate to keep interrupting. looking at, like the agency, we're looking at monitoring a property for the life of the septic system in many cases, and it leads to the point where you would expect to see a period of drought that occur. And that's not gonna happen in 3 years. So monitoring is gonna go on for a longer period than 3 years. And I agree.
What I'm suggesting, Doctor, I'm sorry, what I'm suggesting is just an increased frequency for the first 3 years, and then a continuing monitoring quarterly.
And then I agree with what we're hearing. The study that was going to take some time and delay the process was going to be the groundwater study.
Right.
It seems like what we're looking at now are studies that are directly tied to Title V, fairly standard things that we do, along with our consultant being paid to do those things. And if the applicant agrees to that, again, conditional approval will be fine for me. Unless something out of the blue.
So it sounds like you're not looking for additional studies beyond the Title V studies.
Well, within Title V.
Right.
And within the 40B, and if there is something that comes up that's unforeseen, that was not known, and need to be studied down the road, unforeseen by the board at the time, your board,
Right.
that will be done. And so that is not something which is wiped out by what, if you're going to not approve that particular additional study. Again, unforeseen. Right now, we don't know. We hope we get a full plan.
So I have to ask a dumb question. So it's unforeseen, but the way that we would understand that something has occurred would be through this monthly or quarterly monitor.
Yeah, let's say the wells come up and they have already levels above 5,
All right. So at some point in time in the future, a performance standard is exceeded that causes, that is a concern from a health standard. What would happen then? And what would happen normally under a Title V approved system? How would that work?
Yeah, let's say down the road, it's approved and the testing shows that the monitoring, the amount of nitrogen in the soil is excessive. We have to do something about it.
Right.
We would have to do a study to determine what needs to be done to fix the problem.
Now, are they looking
Okay.
for a waiver of that study?
I don't think they can.
Okay, well, let me, can I make a, right.
Title
Miss-
V would be that,
Can I-
but they would pay for that.
Mr. Buckley, to maybe clarify something, if you would. The Title V standard, as you stated it, was it monthly for the first 3 years?
The Title V standard for this particular
system.
system is monthly for the first 3 years for those 4 items that I gave you, and then quarterly for thereafter.
For the life of the system?
Yes.
And are those reports or monitoring, the reports, I guess, are they required on a monthly basis to be submitted to DEP and/or the local Board of Health?
Both.
To both?
Yes, and what we can do, and what I will do, is I'll give you the approval from the DEP so you can see for yourself where it's required.
So this is information that is required under Title V, is provided by law to DEP and to the local Board of Health?
That's right. And it's collected in the way that I told you, the way it's collected at the system itself. It's not
As it's leaving the system?
as it's coming and as it's leaving.
Mr. Chairman, that is not correct. The Board of Health has the ability to amend the testing frequency based on the circumstances on the property.
I'm sorry, Mr. Chairman, we don't agree. We disagree with pretty much everything this gentleman is saying.
That's at the Title V hearing level,
Right,
though.
right.
So the board, they can, if they're in front of the Board of Health on the Title V and the question of frequency of monitoring comes up, that's conversation at Title V.
Right.
I'm just trying to make sure we try, it's very
Parse the issues,
difficult,
right.
but we have to try to keep a bright line between what the review that the Board of Health is going to get to do no matter what.
Right.
And what this board is being asked to do.
Right. And this board is being asked only to address the local Board of Health regs, not the Title V.
Correct.
One of the points that I'm hearing is that they're going to be monitoring right when it comes out, and you're looking for monitoring wells beyond. And one of the things, it just occurred to me, you tell me if this is right or wrong, that to the extent that you have nitrogen accumulating, it may not be picked up when, at the discharge, it would only be picked up further out in the wells. Is that a fair statement?
This is a challenging site because of the wetlands, and you just can't put a well wherever you think would be the most appropriate to monitor this particular system.
Yep.
You have to be able to put the well on high ground. And so it may be that their well is not going to be exactly where we would ideally want to put it.
Mhm.
And so there certainly needs to be something upgrading at the site, and even potentially have something closer to, if not the property line, over the property line with agreement from the owners of a neighboring property.
Am I correct that Title V would not require the monitoring wells, but the local Board of Health would? Is that correct?
Title V does talk about within the Zone 2, for a system that's 2,000 gallons and above as provisional use, not general use. And we have a well that shows greater than 5.0 milligrams per liter within this system. So we have all those criteria. And so that's where the 5 milligrams per liter, that property line.
Okay.
And so because of that particular system, there is a mechanism within Title V guidance that talks about a testing frequency which the Board of Health, through their discretion, would be able to address and pick out. So that is something that we haven't gone that far. to
Correct.
determine what that
The board
is,
has that
but
right
it
anyway.
is a
Yeah.
component
Okay,
of that.
I don't-
agree.
Right, but the question I was asking is, if we were to grant a waiver, would that reduce your ability to require monitoring wells?
Well, I think that a conditional waiver is what we would be looking for, that if there is monitoring, that the zoning board feels is appropriate with the information you know, or if the monitoring, pre-monitoring determines something out of the ordinary, that process would normally have to, would go through based on our 12.5 regulation in one respect, but also Title V in the section.
So I just want to point out that the Board of Health's letter in talking about monitoring wells is talking about it in connection with the waiver number 14, which
Oh, not
we have
this
not
one.
gotten to yet.
Okay.
So their letter refers to if you are going to give a waiver to section 6.5, which we're not there yet. So we're still just on the question of, are there additional studies that this board feels the Board of Health should be able to require over and above what they'd be able to require under Title V?
And I really haven't heard, I haven't heard that. Joe, what's your,
So the request for the monitoring wells is, again, on the top of page 8, and it's in connection with
Correct.
section 6.5.
I agree. It seems to me that it really comes down to the nitrogen loading issue. And is there additional leeway granted the Board of Health under the bylaw that's beyond what would be required by Title V?
for testing?
For testing, for studies, or performing a study.
And that's why I kept going back to the monitor. I viewed that as
Yes.
testing, but
Correct.
that's,
And I'm not hearing that that's,
Mr. Chairman, one of the things
But
we
there's a
talked
difference
about
between
prior-
testing there's a difference between testing and studies. A study is, let's go out and get more information. So that's why I'm just
maybe do some.
interpreting
Correct.
it differently than you are. Studies are, we need more information. Wells are testing of performance of the system. So that's, and I think even the Board of Health in their letter, because they're referring to a different waiver for the monitoring wells. So I don't know if that changes how you are reviewing it.
Yes,
Just
sir.
on that one point,
Yeah.
I believe that the studies is the interpretation of the testing, so we kind of tied together.
that's my,
Oh, all right.
Yeah,
Okay.
and it's not, we're not talking about a lot of money. And Aquarian, we've approached them to inquire if they can do better monitoring within their system, so we have a better understanding of what's going on at this site and other sites. And so maybe that's something that that can help out the board as far as your understanding, or more complete understanding of what it is we're dealing with. So it would be above Title V.
Okay, so my understanding is that this system will be monitored for its entire life.
Thank you.
For the first 3 years monthly, thereafter quarterly.
Reasonable period, and.
she wants us to get off monitoring on all the studies. just so you
Well,
Okay.
Emily has just provided, and I think it's in her abstract that she provided with the waiver list. Section 411 says, if upon review of the foregoing, the executive health officer or the board determines that further information is needed before the application will be deemed complete, then he may require additional testing. So this is additional testing in connection with determining that the application is complete,
Of the system after. it's
not
installed.
an after the fact. The health officer or board may require additional information and studies to be performed at the site or adjacent, such as hydrologic studies, but this is all in the, this says to determine that further information is needed for the application to be complete. So it's not a post-construction type of study, this section in particular.
Right, and the Board of Health would have that authority under Title V.
Is that true, or is,
This is for the local waiver, so I don't know.
From what I heard, it does. Ultimately, we're not stripping away any authority that the Board of Health has under Title V.
no, that was your question.
Right,
If we don't grant this waiver, are we reducing the, are we,
Why don't we ask Mr. Buckley?
If we do that.
If the zoning board waives this local regulation with respect to additional testing in connection with an application, are they waiving a right that the Board of Health does not have under Title V? Does Title V allow them to request additional information in connection with completing their application in front of the Board of Health?
The Board of Health has stated tonight that they think that they do.
No, I'm asking you, on behalf of the applicant.
I don't think that they have the right to ask for
Okay.
additional testing as long as we meet the requirements of the permit and of the permit for whatever system we install, you're done.
No,
There's
so my question is, if the SEB finishes here, they go off to the Board of Health to get their Title V permit. They
Yes.
submit all the application requirements under Title V for review.
Yes.
The Board of Health or the health officer feels they need additional information to review the Title V application. Is it your opinion that the board has the ability to require more information under the Title V regs as written, the state Title V regs?
No.
Okay.
Thank you. Okay, it seems to me the only basis for the waiver here would be if we didn't grant the waiver, it would render the project uneconomic. And it would seem to me that there needs to be some monetary standard. So if you're talking about a study that costs $2,500, I would be shocked if that would render the project uneconomic. I don't know the dollar level that what you're talking about. Do you have a ballpark idea?
If that amount, insignificant funds. But what is significant? Okay.
Right, so it's 3,000, 5,000, just give me,
You want a top limit?
Yes.
Yes.
How about 10 grand?
I don't think we have an issue with the dollar amount. I mean, if we put that, it's the uncertainty, it's doing a study and having the Board of Health say something is our fault, that can't be.
but.
No, we're talking about
But again,
at that front end.
yeah, Susan's correcting me. We're talking about a study to make sure that the board deems your
connection
application
with your
complete,
application.
not that something's happened afterward.
Yeah,
and
it's not
installs that.
subsequent.
I'm with you, I understand your concern there.
Right, because there's no, but your point is, there's no control that we can look at, right?
Right.
So in an experiment, you need a control, and there's no control because we can't control all of the other houses in the radius.
Okay. So let us consider a waiver request that we will waive the studies to the extent that they exceed $10,000 in cost to the applicant.
Okay.
I'm good with that.
Okay. Let's move on.
Let's read what the actual provisions say. at the beginning. Okay.
So now we're on to number
Thank you for doing that.
12. Is that correct, Susan?
Yes, and that had a hold, and this was, can you have the exact language there, please, Emily? Because I think, did we?
Yeah.
We're on page 4, so we've made progress.
Yes, okay. And so
Okay.
now we're talking about fees.
And now, and I want to avoid kind of a little bit what just happened. We're going to start with what it actually says, which is, should the applicant's initial deposit be insufficient to pay consultants' fees or to review, the study's information, the board in its discretion may require additional amounts. So I guess the initial question is, what is the amount required, if there is an amount required, or if there's under Title V for consultant fees? Is there a limit to how much the Board of Health can require for consultant fees under Title V?
Yeah, we
Yes,
are.
I'm asking you, Mr. Buckley. You're our Title V
To
consultant
my
here.
knowledge, there is nothing in Title V that talks about requiring an applicant to pay a consultant fee, but towns do enact fees, and what is it, 53G? And then there's 53G accounts. So it's not abnormal, I
And
think.
how much is required under the Board of Health fees right now is there a fixed amount that they're required to deposit with the application for consultant fees?
There is, it's a percentage of the project cost, estimated cost.
And so would this allow the board, so it says right here, an initial deposit shall be set by the Board of Health, but in no case exceed $5,000 per lot. And we have one lot.
Yeah.
An initial deposit is set by the board, but in no, okay, wait a minute. Oh, $45,000 per subdivision, and $25,000 if it's a plant. So the issue is that, the issue is, this is one lot, but it's got multiple homes. A subdivision requires $45,000, and for a plant, which is defined, but we don't have the definitions here, it's $25,000.
We do have a plant here.
No, not a plant.
No.
Not a
A
wastewater.
wastewater treatment plant under our definition.
Wastewater treatment under your definition is 7,500 gallons per day.
Okay, that's where we are. So the question is, do you, assuming they would take the position they only have to put 5,000 in, this would allow the board to increase the amount needed for review? I would suggest that possibly in the alternative, the board could talk about setting a higher fee, I'm trying to think of different ways you can approach this. Because clearly their position is they are a lot $5,000. It sounds from the applicant.
Right. So,
Because they are a lot. They are not a subdivision, and I guess there's a question about,
There is a question about the plant.
I don't have the definitions in front of me.
can we get that so we can get it handled?
Bill has it.
Bill, do you have the local regs right there? I'm sorry, now we're on a first name basis. I was calling you Mr. Buckley a few minutes ago.
There is no definition of plant, but here's where it starts talking about when you put a plant in.
Okay. Yes, that would be great. I have a binder with all the supplemental regs, but I did not bring it. Okay. There's definition, no, is there a definition section?
Yeah, there is, but it just says treatment plant. It doesn't say, but there is a section in
Well, what is the treatment plant definition?
Are we looking at,
Oh,
Are we looking at Title V or local regs?
We're
on
looking
this?
at the local
Local
reg.
regs.
This is about the amount, because Mr. Buckley was saying there is no provision specific under Title V about these consultant fees. However, the local regs usually set up a fee structure, and the Board of Health has a tiered. Yes, thank you. I don't have a 3G tablet, so Joe is going to come to the rescue here. If you go to the town website under Board of Health, their supplemental regs are under there.
Government
So I apologize. Yep, sure.
Board of Health.
The Board of Health, we're talking about, this is for septic?
Yeah, regulations.
Okay, great.
Yeah, I would say septic regulations.
For number 8, the application requirements, section 4.
The definitions right there.
Right.
System or facility other than a sewage disposal system to be used for treating, neutralizing, stabilizing, or disposing of wastewater from any structure.
And that looks to be on the top of a page, so number 24,
Or,
page 5. Oh, here you go. Yeah, it's right here. Number 24.
I don't see it on the page.
Either do I.
See septic system regulations, breaching Title V.
It doesn't, it's not what
There's
we
really no separate, then if you go read what a sewage disposal system is, it doesn't, it just kind of says the same thing. So if you go to number 8 on page 7, at the bottom, it says, when you file for disposal works construction permit, which is a septic permit, where the board re-estimates that the maximum daily sewage flow exceeds 7,500 gallons
Right.
per day, the board may require the applicant to file an application for a plant permit. We're not above that 7,500 gallons per day, so we are not subject to a plant permit.
That's incorrect.
Why is that incorrect?
So I guess the question is,
All right,
is
without,
the $5,000 sufficient for the
right, I
initial
think
studies?
without getting
Okay,
into the weeds on that, it's really a question of, does the board set an amount, or does the board allow, not grant the waiver, which would allow increased consultant reviews, fees at whatever cost they may be? Or do you waive it, or
But-
only up?
But these
to a
are
limit.
fees associated with the Title V application.
Correct.
This is not,
Right.
However,
right,
Mr. Buckley has stated that Title V does not have its own specific provisions that speak to what
Review fees.
the review
sure,
fees
because
can
they
be.
assume that the local board's going to be handling that.
Right, so this is a local regulation that
Yep.
sets how much the Board of Health may require for consultant review. The applicant is, arguing that they're capped at 5,000, and then, so therefore, they would like a waiver of anything over above 5,000. The Board of Health member, who is here, is arguing that it could be $25,000, depending on interpretation. Does, the board wish to waive the requirement for fees above whatever, and leave that discussion to when they're in front of the board applying, or?
Well, I don't think we can leave it to the board, because that's, to the extent that's a local reg, we
Right.
need to make a determination on
Okay.
that. And it would appear that to the extent that we were talking about consultant fees, regulatory fees associated with implementing just the state reg, just Title V, and we're not looking for the Board of Health to make a profit on it, but to cover the
Right.
costs associated with implementing the state reg, that it's appropriate to have the applicant pay the fees for implementation of the state reg. That's where I'm coming out. I don't know what the dollar amount is, because I don't know what the cost would be to do that.
All right, so that's then either a waiver or a non-waiver, straight. If you're not looking to try to Solomon on a cap, on what the cap should be, then you have to choose to either waive or not waive.
Well, we can, if you will, put a restriction that the fee is not going to be an arbitrary number, it's going to be based upon the
Well,
cost.
but that's always the case, because those 53G accounts, that's what you do. It's only to cover the cost actually. And if they submit, say they put in 10 grand and it only costs 6, they get the 4 grand back. It's not something that the town gets to keep ever in any instance.
Okay.
So I don't think you need that type of,
Do we know, I'm not holding anyone to this, what we're talking about in terms of dollars? Do these things typically cost $10,000, $2,000, $20,000?
Just whatever the fee is, it's appropriate, and the town will be best served by the individual going through and making sure everything's right. I can't imagine fighting.
Well, I'm just asking, but what, do you know what they have, what they range in for the project?
I don't know if you're asking him, I do a lot of reviews, and the exact same project, somebody can do it very well, and it may get through with a letter and then a follow-up, and it's done. Or, and I'm sure you've all had people coming before this board that does this, you can look at the thing 5 times and it still doesn't get done. It's very difficult to pin a number on how much it takes, because it's so dependent on their side's effort to get it right the first time. That doesn't help you, but I'm just explaining that that's kind of how it works. A normal review initial, I mean, 5,000 would certainly cover an initial review.
I'm not looking to put a dollar cap on, I just want to get a sense of the universe that we're talking about.
The initial review of the
Okay.
Title V submission, and then how much you have to do after that.
Right, okay, so I understand, and so a lot of it's driven by the quality of the initial study done by the applicant.
Right.
So,
And their response to the initial
right,
comments.
right. Okay,
So,
Doctor,
yeah,
do you retain Mr. Chesia customarily? Who's your
never used him.
Who's your peer review consultant?
Paul Broadman, that's where.
yeah. And the Conservation Commission has used him as well, another thing, yeah. Right. No, okay, so we're not looking to have you make the hiring decision now. So where I'm coming out is that this is an appropriate local rule that should not be waived. Because we're talking about funding studies that are in part dependent upon what the
It's
applicant
review,
does.
it's review.
Right,
It's
study, right,
review.
a
It's
review,
review of the-
and it's only review limited to implementing the state reg. So I'm comfortable not waiving this, but what's your,
Yeah, I am too, because I think the quality of the information, I don't have any doubt that it's going to be good quality, because based on the applicant here, so I think
okay,
it would be reasonable not to waive this.
okay, so
I agree.
that's where we're at.
so that, right now, that's, you're inclined no.
So, correct.
Okay, since you're not actually voting at the moment,
Right.
but I'll just,
4.12.
I'm just noting your
Thank you.
comments.
Yeah.
Okay, a 6.3 was checked
Yes.
as being deemed acceptable.
Right.
So we're now on 6.5, which no sewage disposal system or plant shall be constructed within 100 feet of the normal annual high water level of any brook, river, swamp, wetland as defined under MGL 13140 or the Town of Hingham Wetlands Protection Bylaw. So this is the 100-foot setback from the wetland.
Right.
And this is, this, just to recap, and not from my perspective, but just recapping the testimony that's been in front of the board in the letters, as I understand it, is the concerns that the Board of Health has expressed, and we've heard about in detail tonight, about the potential contamination from a septic system into a wetland.
Yep.
And that's the context in which, on page 8, they are requesting monitoring wells different from monitoring that Mr. Buckley described as required under Title V for this type of system.
Right.
I believe that's the only, unless we look at, I think that their addendum, the Board of Health's addendum, just states, yeah, so their updated addendum, which is attached to their letter, mirrors their letter. Applicant agrees to installation of groundwater monitoring wells and financial mechanism to assure upgrade replacement if necessary.
So what letter are you looking at?
You're looking at?
This is the May 28th Board of Health letter on the top of page 8.
Right.
About 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 lines down.
Okay, no, I thought you were looking at something from the
No, you're
applicant.
looking at the addendum.
The addendum has a summary of what's, of the same
similar.
request.
Yep.
I don't know, I'm looking to see
14.
whether the applicant,
So some sort of financial assurance to be set up by the applicant and transferable to the homeowners association. Is that what we're looking at? Sufficient to upgrade or replace the system in case we determine that nitrogen loading is an issue.
right, and just kind of to be a little balanced here, as to review the applicant's position is, this kind of creates an open-ended issue
Right.
if that there could be a negative finding in a well, and it be unable to determine that it's actually their system that caused it, so that's what they've expressed as their concern.
So but it seems to me there's two concerns. One is setting up the monitoring wells, and there are costs associated with that. How many, if we're talking about 5 wells, you're somewhere between $15,000 and $20,000. And I don't know if 5 is the right number, I'm just pulling that out of the air. And then the second part is, well, we've got these wells, what do you do with the information? And it seems difficult to argue that the project is rendered uneconomic because there's information and we're not sure how it's going to be processed. So I don't view that as a reason not to do the wells.
Because at that point, it's not the developer's cost or responsibility. You're going to have a condominium association. Condominium, yes?
Yes.
Condominium association, which is going to be responsible for dealing with the monitoring issues.
Yeah, and it may or may not be helpful or harmful to them. It may be helpful to the extent that it shows that if there's a problem, it wasn't coming from them. So I don't view the applicant's concern on this as sufficient to justify a waiver.
No, well, the waiver is 100 feet from the wetland.
Yeah.
Oh, I thought we were talking about.
No, that's.
No, so what the Board of Health has requested is if you waive the
I'm sorry.
100-foot
Right,
setback,
then doing the well.
require them to
Right,
do
right, got
monitoring
it.
wells.
Okay,
That
got it.
is,
Right, okay.
that's the request.
Right. And in terms of what I understand, the applicant understands that it will have to monitor what goes in and what comes out of the system right at the system. This is a different request. This is a request for monitoring wells further away from the system, perhaps at the edge of the wetland, or I don't know where these wells will go.
Best practice.
Best practice. And does best practices have a certain scope? I mean, I think part of the issue here is it 2 wells, is it 20 wells? I don't know what best practices means in this context.
Yes, sir.
The problem per se is not the cost of the monitoring wells themselves, if there's a reasonable number. The question is, you say there's no economic impact. How about you'll chill the sale of any of the units, because if there's an unknown consequence, that this project is subject to a condition that the whole place could be shut down
after the Englers are gone, SEB is gone, and 16 homeowners are stuck with a property that either has to expend $100,000 or be shut down, theoretically. That's the danger here. That's why the Housing Appeals Committee frowns on post-permit conditions. Again, we have to satisfy Title V. We have to reasonably get you comfortable with waivers that we believe are appropriate. But beyond that, we can't, it's just impractical. Any of you who know real estate development, and whether you're in that business or not, you're a zoning board, you understand the dynamics. We can't allow a condition where lawyers for buyers or buyers themselves and banks are going to say, wait a second, I'm going to give a mortgage of $300,000 or $400,000 or $500,000, and the owner's going to put down that money, and a year from now or 5 years from now or 10 years from now, the place is going to be shut down. It just doesn't fly.
But that couldn't that happen without a condition, if in fact the system failed? So are you arguing it's better not to know?
No, I'm arguing that the law already exists. I think you answered your own questions. Without a condition, if they cause a public nuisance, number one, there's always a nuisance standard, okay? Then the project could be shut down, and you don't need a condition to accomplish that.
And lenders are comfortable with that?
Sure, because it's a very extreme situation. It doesn't create an extra layer of unknown by something that goes well beyond what the state codes are. That's the whole issue.
The unknown meaning enhanced monitoring?
Right. I mean, the enhanced monitoring is usually related to hazardous waste types of things, or where there's some more direct and known correlation between the effluent from a project, obviously we're talking about this project, but where there's a known plume problem, that in such a circumstances might be appropriate. But there's no known plume problem. That's what Bill was talking about in terms of we've been waiting for months and months for the proof. I understand the general argument that the Board of Health is making in terms of their perception, but in terms of this project's impact, there has to be something a lot more specific, in my opinion, to justify such a condition.
Okay. I have a question. Is it fair to say that with the ongoing monitoring over the life of the system, and the monitoring being right there as the effluent, as the wastewater comes out of the system, that I guess my question is, why wouldn't that be sufficient monitoring? Because I think the argument I heard from the applicant's engineer is that that's where whatever concentrations of whatever are coming out of the system, they would be the highest at that point. And if anything was going to trip a performance standard, that would be it, and that would be monitored. Is that not true?
That's not true.
Okay, why is that not true?
A number of things could happen. You could have individuals taking fertilizer and putting it down into their plumbing within the structure.
But wouldn't that come through? Wouldn't that come through and wouldn't that come through and trip the performance standard at the?
Not trip the performance standard unless it was being monitored.
No, but here's what I'm so what I understand is that you want monitoring wells away from the system in other points. They're saying that for the life of the system, they will have monitoring wells, I'm going to say at the edge of the system, because this is all I understand. And so if someone does throw something down their toilet or down their drain, it's going to work its way through the system, and at the edge of the system, it's going to, if it's bad, it's going to show up.
Yeah, and I misspoke a little bit. I mentioned the fertilizer, not down in the jump, but if you're putting that into your property, that's not going through the septic system. That fertilizer for the lawn is being added to the nitrogen load of the septic system that wouldn't be monitored because it is coming from.
But could anyone mistakenly dump spill fertilizer on their lawn? I'm just wondering if I'm just wondering in terms of what we're trying to monitor is something that is associated with the normal kind of operations of the septic system, as opposed to rogue behavior by anyone who could exhibit rogue behavior.
Yeah, no, and this is my fault for using those examples of someone deliberately spiking the system. To make it clear, the more common, like we did at the H&C, was to have monitoring because of the proximity to the sensitive area.
That's right.
Right. But it's still, what I'm still confused is if you're monitoring right at the edge where the concentrations would be the highest.
That's not true, because remember, we're talking about soil and septic nitrogen, two different sources.
Okay, could you just,
All the nitrogen comes from the septic system, it also comes from the ground. If they're gonna have lawn area, that fertilizer is gonna leach right through.
One second.
As a butter, since we're not allowed to talk at this point, can the conversation at least go through the board?
Yeah.
Because I think everybody should be recognized since the butters cannot be. Thank you.
Go ahead.
Yeah, and as far as the condition that they're not gonna put fertilizer there, who's gonna monitor that? And so the safest thing would be to do the standard that we would employ within the town, which is to have testing, appropriate testing at a upgradient and then after the site, after the septic system is downgraded the site.
Emily, have we done testing at Black Rock? Is that, do you recall if that's part of what we've?
Aware of.
Well, that was a groundwater discharge permit.
You have to test it out.
Right. Okay.
I actually did that system.
So is there ongoing testing there?
Constantly, there's monitoring wells up,
Right.
there's generally one up and two down.
Right, and
Same with
there's
Linden
no
Ponds.
issue with people plunking down $1 million to buy those homes with the ongoing monitoring?
I'm not buying any.
Right, okay. And what about Linden Ponds? Is there,
Same
I
thing.
don't think it's in the
Yeah.
permit.
Yeah.
right,
They have a treatment plan.
Yep.
They have actually, I think, a more extensive monitoring system because they have those wicks, which are.
Right, it's, right.
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 One side, we're
complicated
just, I'm going to try to keep, I mean, my recollection from other projects is as appropriate, we have required monitoring, and it's not had, and it's not been reported to us as having a negative impact on their ability to market or sell those.
I don't know that the monitoring's in the permit so much as because of the type of systems
Yeah.
that they had, they were required to have monitoring. So I don't recall either Black Rock or Linden
But it's
Ponds
permanent.
having monitoring conditions within the well,
permit.
Black Rock's a
I
special
think we
permit.
did with.
It's not
with
within the
Black Rock.
comprehensive permit,
Not
but it's
within-
in the permit, the groundwater
But that's
discharge
not
permits
a,
from DEP.
that's not a
Right.
comprehensive permit.
Right,
Correct.
right, no, I understand that.
Is it in Black Rock?
Just one second. Susan, do you have anything else on,
No.
okay. Yes, sir.
The quick distinction with that is, yeah, there may be monitoring with groundwater discharge permit systems, but it's regulated by the DEP regulations. We've said all repeatedly, we will comply with DEP, of course we have to, regulations for whatever testing, and there is monitoring and testing of this system. What I said, and I still maintain that, is when you go above and beyond that and somebody's looking at a condition with some unknown standard down the road as to what the impact could be and what does it mean, and it's some local Board of Health thing, and it's all just very vague and unknown, that's very different than a lender or a buyer saying, yeah, I know we have to comply with the state groundwater discharge permit regulations. It's very different.
Mr. Chairman, just, and then I'll let to Jeff, unless he's gonna build off of that issue. I don't agree with that. And the reason is that we're looking at a unique situation which we're using the wetlands for denitrification, which is underwater. And so you're actually approving a local variance to do monitoring for something that's Hingham, not Title V. And so I'm hoping that you're going to see the wisdom in that and allow the monitoring. And I don't think anyone looks at the monitoring as a problem. It's what do you do when you find out that the monitoring shows something? That's what we're arguing about?
Yes.
And so that's something they need to have a fan, have a set, like any project that we've done, it's a standard that we do. Money set aside to be able to deal with correcting that particular problem, they have to do it anyways. So it makes it easier for the homeowner to know upfront, this has been funded. So they're not gonna then get shafted down the road
Right.
because there isn't money available and all of a sudden,
Right.
these are people that have low income,
Right.
homes in it.
And so if,
So it needs to be set aside in the beginning.
right, so if we're talking about monitoring, what standards would be applicable so it's not some amorphous issue, which is, I think,
that John came up with at least a model that is.
Generally on the monitoring wells, and I don't know if I can remember exactly the numbers, but there is a groundwater standard in state regulation relative to nitrogen And I think that if the state guidelines for this is probably considered class A groundwater where tributary
Yes.
well, whatever the state class A groundwater standards are for those, for nitrate basically, that would, I think, be your target.
Can we,
Okay, I'm sorry.
Joe,
One second, yes.
Joe, so here's a question again for Mr. Buckley. If you were, I'm testing you tonight, if the only monitoring was to be as required under Title V for this type of system, and that monitoring showed an exceedance, what would happen under the regulations in that instance?
And under the regulation, you have to report that. It gets reported to the local and the Board of Health. And this is a treatment plant. It's a mini plant. It has to be operated by a wastewater treatment plant operator. So they'll come up with a solution to it. And maybe, and I'm not a microbiologist or anything like that, but he might say, not exaggerating, put in some dog food. Put in a little bit more, put some dog food in there. Or he might say, oh, we have to add some carbon to it. It depends on what they think or what that biologist thinks. It has to be addressed and fixed. It's not just, oh, we got a problem.
But there's a regulation that applies to it?
Yes.
That
yes.
talks about what the resolution or how you go about a resolution?
Yes, in a general manner, it's in that permit that I'll give you a copy of. It tells you, it says if it exceeds the standards, and it gives you the standards for the different testing regimes, then you have to address that. And it could be something as radical as shut it down and start pumping 18,000 gallons a week or whatever the number is. But it would probably not be something like that. It might be something stupid like, geez, look at the nitrogen numbers, just went crazy. Oh, the guy just put fertilizer down. I've had that happen. The guy just fertilized it and it got into the effluent. But it's more likely something else. Maybe somebody put something down there. Maybe, like we were talking about, there's not enough water in it because of all the low flow fixtures we have nowadays, so the concentration of the effluent is higher. Just different things. But there's definitely a requirement that you have to fix it.
Okay, I mean, and then in what Mr. Chessie is saying, state groundwater standards, right?
Yeah.
If you're required to have a well and there's found to be an exceedance, what would be the resolution?
Is there an exceedance in a well?
The well?
Yeah? What?
Generally, if there's an exceedance in a well, then you have to similarly go in and look to see why. Now, if you have just let me take a couple minutes here to explain a few things about how these things work, because it
Okay.
may not be so clear. The well program would have up and down of the leaching area. It's presumed that the wastewater would flow from the leaching area towards the wetlands and towards Fulling Mill Pond, the wells over there. That's pretty likely the way.
When we say well, you're talking about a potable water well or a monitoring
Monitoring
well?
well.
The potable.
Oh.
See?
Okay.
Good.
The monitoring
point.
wells, one's up, one's out. What I said is that it's presumed that the leaching area, the septic system leaching area, groundwater from that will flow towards the municipal, or the aquarium well by Fulling Mill Pond.
Yeah.
I think there's not much question that we all think the groundwater probably
Flows that way, okay.
All right. So you put monitoring wells up gradient, out of the zone of what mound there may be from the septic system, because when you apply the effluent there, it will affect the groundwater. The groundwater might be sloping like this, but then you put that in, it might
Right.
go like that, so you might be pushing a little bit this way, so you have to be far enough up grade.
Yeah.
So, if you monitor these things, stuff in the groundwater takes a little longer to change, but it's pretty fast moving soil from what we can tell. I mean, it could be that somebody in a neighboring property heavily fertilized their lawn, and it passed through the up gradient and hit the down gradient, and you get a spike down and not
Yeah.
up.
Right.
It's also, but, if you're monitoring it monthly, there's less likely to see a spike than if you monitor it quarterly, if you monitor it once a
Right,
year. So all those things, everything costs money and everything plays into how it all works out. If, in the plant effluent that you're monitoring, the standard of the effluent nitrogen load is higher than always gonna see, and I don't think anybody's explained this, you're always gonna see a higher number. Most likely, I think the standard is 19 on the permit, but I don't have it in front of me, but I think most of them are.
I mean, so what the engineer said is, when you monitor at the edge of the system, you're gonna see something much higher, and you're saying it's 19 per thousand?
At the pipe coming out of their plant.
Right.
Okay.
That's, I think the standard there is 19, I don't know if he has the permit with him, it probably tells you. 30 TSS, 30 BOD, and 19.
What's BOD again?
Biological oxygen. Anyway, so basically, the system, breaks it down, but the nitrogen is gonna be much higher. The standard in the ground, 10 is a problem. I think Kirk is right, there's 5, 10, if it's over 10, you're shutting wells down. So generally, you target a
Shutting potable wells down.
potable
Drinking water wells,
down.
right.
If it's, so you wanna be under that on
Right.
an aggregate level. And again, you're in the ground, there's dilution.
Right.
It's passed through, so usually in a groundwater discharge permit plant, like at Black Rock, like at Linden Pond, they're all over the place. The monitoring well, right down from the leaching area, is never supposed to be over 10, of course, property line. I think 10 at the property line is sort of a general state standard, but in a zone 2, it might be over that.
So it can be, what'd you say, 19 at the source, sort of?
Then it hits the ground.
Then it hits the ground, and then it's at the property line, it's 10 or less.
Yeah.
Yeah, so right next to the leaching area might be higher, but then 50 feet away it might be lower.
Got
So
it.
where you set these wells is kind of critical for the whole thing.
I see, but this is, if you're going to talk about a condition, it can't just be, oh, you have to put in monitoring wells.
Yeah.
I think you have to set in performance standards.
I agree.
Because it's
It's
too.
too amorphous.
Yes,
Yeah, I
that
agree.
word I was going to use, so.
Right, so
This is a
so the threshold
complicated one.
question is whether or not we are going to allow a septic system within 100 feet of the wetlands. And if so, what conditions would we attach?
Well, my understanding is there's no project without a waiver of that, so, right, because it is within 100 feet of the wetland.
Yes, and that would
that's why
knock
they
out
need the
half their
waiver.
units.
Right, so what they're saying is they would lose between 10 and 16 units. Do we know what the,
No, they would lose 7.
10 to 16, so they'd
I'm
lose
sorry,
7
10
units.
to, I'm sorry, loss of 7
they-
units.
yeah.
So do we know what that looks like if it goes from 100 to 90 to 80? At what point do you lose, what's the critical number there?
How many feet is it now from the wetlands?
It's, like John has pointed out
50.
multiple times, it's
Right up there.
It's right on the edge, yeah.
Okay,
It's
so
like
we're
hitting
really,
it, right.
Well, wait a minute, how could it be? It's right, the septic system's right up to the wetland?
No, it's,
No, it's
Oh,
in-
right up to the 50-foot buffer?
Right, it's within
Okay,
50
so
feet.
it's 50 feet. It's really a 50-foot waiver.
right.
Is this a permit?
Yeah, that's, I've highlighted a couple areas.
Oh, okay. So they're looking for
a 50-foot
a
waiver.
50-foot waiver, right.
No?
It's a waiver of the 100-foot requirement, so to go as close as was shown on the plan is apparent.
Right. On other setback under the Conservation Commission, just for comparison, your response was it was waived to the extent of, as shown on the plan.
Plans,
That's
right.
how you dealt with it in the Concom
Right.
context.
There is a difference between burns and plant life and water supply.
Oh, I'm not suggesting it's the same, I'm just
No.
And I don't,
reference, just
Yes.
making a reference.
So as a threshold matter, if this isn't waived, then this would render the project uneconomic.
Yes.
Right, so it sounds like a, waiver with a condition.
I'd agree, yeah. So the question is, what is the condition? It's the monitoring wells at a certain standard. I'm not sure we have enough to say with certainty what that standard should be.
So would that standard be different than the state standard? I mean, I don't know any of this stuff.
Right.
Is that something that?
I don't think the Board of Health is suggesting a different standard other than the state standard. It's, we're...
The state standard for the groundwater.
The groundwater.
Groundwater.
Right. We are, right.
Which would then, see, so the two issues are the performance
Correct.
standard
Right.
and
What
what happens, and I think as long as, I would think you would need to tie it to the resolution standards as well. I don't think you can just leave it wide open as to how it gets resolved.
I agree. So we're talking about,
A financial assurance mechanism for replacement or repair.
what happens in the interim. I don't know how long those repairs could take. And you don't want to have the neighborhood damaged.
Well, there are options under Title V, like with a tight tank, you pump it.
Bill said,
Yeah.
as Bill said, he would require pumping,
Right.
on an interim basis, something like that.
You bring a hauler in, you pump it, and you take it
And
to a
again,
wastewater
that's what I
plant.
was
Yeah.
looking
Yep.
for, I mean, something that's
Correct.
specific, not just because.
Right.
Because the bylaw
Right.
just says, their bylaw just says.
Right,
indiscretion.
right, right.
Mr. Chairman,
Yeah.
Can I?
Yeah, one second,
wait,
just one second, yes.
I'm gonna, again, going to the clarification, so when we were talking about the Conservation Commission buffer.
Yes,
And they were, requesting evidence that it wasn't gonna adversely affect,
yes.
the board kind of got past that issue. Here, this waiver is 100 feet for the septic system.
Right.
So you're talking, now, are you talking about monitoring wells that are just going to pick up impact of the system? Or now you're talking about impact on groundwater that may pick up more than the system? Because the condition in the regulation is 100 feet from a septic system to the edge of the wetland.
Right. So I
Do you see what I'm saying? So now, but now you're talking about
Because the
monitoring for
interest- right,
something
because the
over and
interest is-
above
right, so the
the
interest.
impact of the septic
Septic system.
system in that setback area.
Right. And as I understand it, the issue is, if you will, the cumulative effect. So you've got other things going on, and then you're adding on the
Okay.
septic. So you're right, there's more than one factor.
Right.
But because the septic system is now going to be more proximate to the wetlands, we have to be monitoring the wetlands down there,
Okay, I
even
just-
though you are monitoring more than the
I
septic.
just want to clarify
Yes.
what the regulation was.
Yes.
Okay, is.
Yes, sir.
just past experience, typically the FAM, the financial assurance mechanism, is equivalent to the cost of, the worst case scenario of system replacement, health and escrow. That's a finite number that you try to look at.
Yes, sir.
Dog food and some of those things.
I'd like to speak to that, Mr. Chairman. The Housing Appeals Committee of the Situate case in which I was involved overturned that by saying you can't have a 3 or 4 year escrow that your system is not working. It's like going to the building inspector and say, you made a mistake, and maybe the roof isn't gonna be that tight, so we need an escrow system for 5 years to make sure the windows don't rattle and the roof's tight. The state said if the inspecting engineer accepts the system and as designed, meets state standards, you don't need escrow funds to make sure the worst case scenario doesn't happen down the road. That's an uneconomic condition which we would certainly.
I can say, Mr. Chairman, though, however, and I didn't see it in this permit, but it's typically in most permits, if the board would like to review our condo association.
It is in there. It's in there. It's at the post-closing, yeah.
You would have the opportunity to see that we specifically have a line item for the operations and maintenance of the septic system. Presumably, we have some sort of capital reserve that goes in every year to fund something relative to that system.
Jeff, but we should set what, if any, condition will develop amount.
Yeah,
I don't want to leave it to the vagueness of just the
Right.
docs together. I would
Right.
refer to whatever the state Title V standards are. I'm not going to say that the doctor's wrong about the full reviewing the cost of the initial
I mean, under condominium law, I mean, a reserve
Right.
account is required. I mean, typically that's for painting and roofs and,
Elevators and things, yep.
common area type of, right. So, the question of whether, this goes to the question of whether you can require a separate or a dedicated amount of replacement reserve be for a system. I mean, it gets into that micromanagement of, I'm not saying that in a pejorative way,
Right.
but of replacement reserve type funds of a condominium.
So I guess I'm hearing that there are options or other means of assuring that, some sort of financial assurance.
Yeah, so what I'm hearing is, number one,
Yep.
a waiver of the 100-foot down to the plans as shown.
Yep.
Number two, having the monitoring wells, but coupling that with a plan so it's not left vague as to what the trigger is and what happens when that trigger is pulled. So that it's not creating the large escrow concern that the applicant has raised.
So is that, it's yes for the waiver, but monitoring wells, but there's still the issue of how many and where, and then if a performance standard is exceeded?
Right, and we're talking about the state performance for groundwater that would be applicable.
Okay. Monitoring wells.
And then, yes, sir.
To the point again, I mean,
Yeah.
monitoring wells on our system, I mean, on our property is one thing, but as we've talked about, and I get the sense the board was in agreement, if we, the Board of Health asked us to put some monitoring wells, somewhere off our property.
Yeah.
We would consider doing that, but we would want it written in. I mean, somebody might say, you know what, I'm gonna stick it to these guys,
Right.
and every day at midnight, go out and dump a whole bag of fertilizer, so when
Right,
the well,
right.
shows
Yeah.
something off the chart.
Yeah.
We can't control that.
I agree.
And even
I agree.
somebody's not nefarious like that.
They could go onto your property.
Everybody else, we're gonna have conditions that say you can't use this kind of fertilizer, blah, blah, blah. People in the neighborhood don't have that condition, so they can use whatever fertilizer they want. So we're just, our biggest concern is the Board of Health is pointing the finger at us for monitoring well data that is not directly attributable to our service. If they want some monitoring wells somewhere around the pond, we'll do that, but we're not gonna have them come back in 2 years and say, look at the readings. I told you it's your fault.
The permit, I don't know if this is anything, but it says total effluent, thank you for, Mr. Buckley gave me a copy of that.
Yep.
Effluent total nitrogen. The system shall not exceed a total nitrogen concentration of 25 milligrams per liter in the system effluent. So it's 25. Okay. So that's what,
So that's sort of
that's
at
what
the-
the number
at
can
the
be
ed-
at the.
at the edge
at
of the
out-
system?
When the pipe, when it comes out of
Out of
the
the pipe from the-
distribution
before
box.
the- Yeah,
Right.
before the leaching field.
Which things go wrong there.
Yep.
So it's
I can't.
out of the microfast pipe.
So it's before it gets into the lead,
Leaching.
before it gets
Before it
distributed
gets
into.
Correct.
Yeah, and before it goes to the ground, but generally, you're not gonna convert nitrate into leaching. Too much. You might get a little.
But it gets, does it get?
It's gonna get dispersed.
Does it
and
get
diluted.
diluted?
Dispersed, diluted, yeah.
Yeah.
More than it is.
Right.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes,
just
sir.
on monitoring, I think that just to allay their concerns, we want them to put wells in that is economic, that's ease, if neighbors are agreeing to put them in there, as opposed to right on the edge of this hill that they have, at the edge of the wetland. And so certainly that's something we want to make convenient for them. But the idea of spiking wells is kind of silly, because when you look at the data, you're not going to see a system all of a sudden spike like that. You're going to see a progressive decline in the way that the system is functioning, to a point where it's reached a critical mass, now something needs to be done. That's typically what it is.
Well, and the other thing is you're gonna have people living there at this point. So, I mean,
They've got
a
vested
massive
interests.
failure that shuts down the system
It's not in their
affects
interest.
people now who are innocent
Right.
Yeah.
homeowners. So, that's kind of in the mix too.
Okay.
So what are we comfortable with in terms of standards? At 25 MGL, it's in the standard groundwater discharge permit?
At the
system?
I'm sorry, I know that you've got, but we got, okay.
Right.
The question
Go ahead.
about that Cadigan from Westmoreland, well, who monitors the monitor? And if it's too late and it's built and it happens,
The answer is the state, as well as the Board of Health monitors the monitor. Those reports are submitted to both.
to someone in the state.
Yes. As we stated earlier, those reports get submitted to both DEP and the Board of Health.
So when those wells are built, as you mentioned, maybe near one of the neighbors' properties, away from where the site is itself, who determines where that goes and with what permission? Just because it's their land, how many feet from the other property lines? Who determines that?
So how is that typically done in other projects? Yeah.
Usually what you do is, in most places, they have a big enough, Black Rock and a bigger plant.
Yes.
So, but generally what's done, and actually, this is part of Title V for a system this size, you have to do a mounding analysis for the system to be upwards for the groundwater.
Right.
That's for 2,000 gallons in the system. So that mound would tend to show which way the water's going, so you want to be outside of that mound. I would assume, given the size of the property, that, the system's relatively spread out, that they could do it probably on the other side of the road that's coming in from their site. And it's gonna be out of the zone of influence of that septic system, that's what you'd wanna do. And then the other side, you kind of put it more or less in the mound a little bit, to see if it's working there.
Right.
If there's three, you might put another one, maybe near 228 on their property and near the wetlands.
Mhm.
Okay.
In sort of in a line. So it might be,
Okay, but-
let's say it's 2 upgrade in,
Right.
and then it's
So,
5.5 below it, and then it's like.
so at
2
what,
again, or 3.
at what stage in the proceedings are those locations determined? Are that,
I would think that would be something done at the Board of Health level of submission, so that they could review
But-
it. the
okay.
consultant could review it, and,
right,
they'll have all the data for the
Okay.
mounting and everything else, and they'll know where to put it.
Susan?
This is
Go ahead.
interesting. It says prior to transfer of all of it, or any interest in the property, including any possessory interest, the system owner shall provide written notice of all conditions contained in the approval to the transferees. So every buyer of a unit,
Will-
I think forever,
I don't know what's required.
has to, so I think this also puts a burden on the condominium association upon transfers of subsequent
Right.
transfers of units, that the conditions of maintaining the system have to be given to every buyer
Yep.
of a unit in that, in addition to whatever's in the, or,
Okay. Okay,
it says
so-
written notice of all conditions.
So do we have enough on this? Are we still waiting for more to decide on this number 14?
I would just request that if this is what you're saying, waiving to the extent of the plan, so
Yes.
whatever that 50
Yeah.
feet is, and the groundwater monitoring wells with performance standards and resolution, I would just request that, John work with Emily on the specific, precise language, rather than us try to
Yep,
wordsmith it
isn't it?
right now.
Okay.
Is it-
And just so I'm clear, and I think I know the answer, with respect to waiving the 100-foot, which is the local bylaw, down to the state, is the state 50 feet also subject to possible waiver by the Concom?
No, we're talking about the Board of Health.
I'm sorry, by the Board of Health.
Mr. Buckley,
I'm sorry,
there's the 100-foot, is there a 50-foot setback at the state level? Or is there, is there any, yes?
Yes.
And
State regulation for a leaching system is 50 feet.
Right, and is there a possible waiver of that? Or a reduction of that?
less?
Yes.
No,
Okay.
no.
So I just want to make sure, our waiver, it's not only to, as shown in the plans, but it should be no less than 50 feet.
Right.
Okay, are we ready? Number
Yes.
15.
Yes.
No sewage disposal system within 400 feet of public water supply well, or they're asking just for a waiver of within 175 feet of a protected water body. The Board of Health has identified, or the applicant has identified the Eel River.
Right.
Yeah, I don't see anything in the Board of Health recommendations on this one.
This is like a missing item 16.
This is not in the addendum.
Right.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes, sir.
That we would recommend as additional waiver, just for them to submit a plan that shows the Eel River and the boundaries, the conservation commission would identify for the Eel River. We're happy with that. We believe it's probably out of the.
Do we not have that plan in the record right now?
We haven't presented that.
Emily, do we have that? I don't recall.
Yes, it's in the big locus plan we gave you. It's this plan right here that shows the river.
And it's within 175 feet? Then why do you need the waiver?
So why are you asking for a waiver?
Well, sometimes, under some of the state regulations, it's defined, waters of the Commonwealth are defined as wetlands.
Right.
So we weren't sure if we were talking about the river itself, which is quite a ways away.
Okay.
These wetlands around us are definitely tributary to that.
Yep.
So if it's just the river, no problem, we don't need it. If it's the wetlands tributary to the Eel River,
Then you
we
clearly
need
need
it.
it, yeah.
Does it, right, but does the Board of Health regulations have a definition of protected water body?
We
Because
do.
it's capitalized here in the reg.
What number is it?
It's 6,
Roman 6, number 6.
Number 6.
Why don't I have those?
And there's a capitalized term, protected water body. So just, if that's defined in the Board of Health regs, then we'd know whether it even applies.
It could.
Is that analogous to the waters of the Commonwealth as defined under Title V?
It's the tributaries. A protected water body is any water that's within a zone 2, within Hingham.
Okay.
Because there are local regulations.
Right.
And the Eel River is certainly a named protected water body. A tributary would also do that. So when you think of a protected water body for the point of regulation, is every single component of water anywhere you see
Okay.
it protected? No. There's a reasonableness to it.
Mhm.
And so we would consider the protected water body to be the Eel River and its proximal tributaries. And again, if we get a plan that is properly scaled, and we never saw it at the Board of Health, that shows that delineation, I believe that there won't be a disagreement.
Okay, so I'm seeing that there is not a requirement for a waiver.
Right.
I haven't
mean,
seen
is that
anything that
a
shows.
plan that you could get to the board by the next meeting, so we can just the board can?
Right, so we will,
I think that relates to the next one, too.
which is number
Yeah.
Roman 5-7. Not allow a leaching field within 100 feet of drain discharges to a protected body, again, the Eel River. Yeah, so, right, so,
So
Hopefully
I'm
we're not-
making a note to hold subject to a plan date and then potential either waiver or removal of these waivers.
Can we, just to confirm, are these two, 6.6 and 6.7 in terms of the 175 feet away from a protected water body and 100 feet does not allow a leaching facility within 100 feet?
It doesn't allow a subsurface drain which discharges
yeah.
into a protected water body.
Are you looking, since we're both talking about the Eel River, are you looking for just one plan to cover both of these?
Well,
Yes.
yes.
Yeah.
We didn't receive a plan that identified those two particular components, that's why they're on there. I'm still unsure about the drain. but-
The Board of Health addendum says waiver not required.
presumably because it's not draining into
Right.
those.
Yeah.
So,
Okay.
but that'll be determined by the map, so we're not gonna, okay. Okay, so let's,
All right, we're on page 5.
we're on now Roman 6, number 8.
Now, we're on the 12.5 rule. So this was the discussion that in part was happening earlier, which would the denial of the waiver would result in a reduction of, depending on the math, either 5 or 9 bedrooms. Mr. Schultz said 39 would be the maximum. Mr. Buckley said 43. My math is probably off, but it would result in the loss of bedrooms if it was not waived.
Right.
And the consequence here is 2 units? I mean, is there representation from the applicant what this means?
So if it's 2 units, there are 5 3-bedroom units, or 4 to be 2-bedroom units.
Right.
And we,
That's a serious,
I mean, we've talked to many brokers in town on what that means, and they say the difference in selling price between a 3-bedroom unit and a 2-bedroom unit for this type of product is in the magnitude of $30,000 to $50,000 per unit. Multiply that by 5, and that's $530. The loss of 2 units. Or the loss of 2 units, you know.
Mr. Sullivan, I mean,
I would just say, shouldn't there be some objective evidence submitted by the applicant, the burden is on them to show that? If it's submitting double hearsay that a broker said that you can't market, it doesn't serve.
Understood. So right. So my understanding of our process is we are now hammering out the waiver request, and then they're going to make that determination. So we're getting their, if you will, informal feedback now. We're not looking for the letters now, but to the extent that after we're through this process, they say these 4 items are going to cost us, then they have to come forward, and that's what we'll be doing.
Do you know whether, maybe you know this, do you know Back River, are those all 3-bedroom, or some are 2-bedroom? Do you know what the unit breakdown is?
No, I don't. My guess would be this.
I just think that there may be projects, other projects in town that you can look to for comps.
the fact of the matter is the baseline of the numbers we gave you, any reduction of that baseline renders the project uneconomic. So you don't have to look at 2s and 3s. If you lose 2 units off of what we have, just take that and see that's a serious reduction off the baseline.
Well, I think, isn't there theoretically more loss from 2 units than from certain units becoming 2-bedrooms? It's more of a loss to lose
Yes.
2 whole units than
Yes,
to.
it is.
That
It
would
is.
be our
It's-
choice. It's our call. If we
Yeah.
said we'd lose 2 units, that's what you'd see on the plan. You wouldn't have, well, you could do it this way. You're not charged with making market decisions for us. So
Right.
if we said we lose 2 units plus a bedroom, that would be what we would.
Well, but I think there's a flip side to that, which is if there's a way to accommodate the local concerns without rendering the project uneconomic,
Right.
that would be your
We could put a
burden.
condition.
But we would say that's not, we disagree on how that would be achieved.
I mean, right, I agree,
Right.
but just reasonably, all the people in this room have bought houses in Hingham. Just a reasonable person, if you're gonna buy a 2-bedroom unit, you're gonna pay the same amount that you're gonna buy it for a 3-bedroom unit? No. And I think most people would concede it's a pretty big difference. Plus, selling 2-bedroom units is a lot harder than selling 3-bedroom units. And we can provide that information until the cows come home. Plus, we've already taken out 4 units of this project. 20% of the project, it's a significant decrease, so that's our position.
And what is the value to the town of not waiving this, of keeping it at the 12.5?
That's significant value. We talked about the profitability of farms and well, a retrospective.
Mhm.
This affects the load, the amount of time that you're reducing that convention size. The other aspect was reducing concentration. This is significant concern of the board, and if you look through the map, the report we put in there focuses on this as being the pivotal regulations that certain amount of nitrogen loading. That's all we're saying. As far as the economic components, about 48 and all these other numbers, I have no interest in that. The Board of Health doesn't even think about that. You need to come to us, or they need to come to us, to you, with a plan that says this is the safe way that we could provide additional affordable housing in your community. Great, fabulous, wonderful. And I don't believe that that is being.
Okay, we're not, let's try to keep this as, one second. You've been very patient, so.
I'm an abutting neighbor,
Yeah.
on Highfield Road. Built a house. I had to adhere to a two-bedroom restricted covenant. I looked for a waiver, I wasn't given one. The house next to me, the same size lot, they were grandfathered in. It just, if I'm being held to that standard, I think they should be held.
As you know, the standard that this board is held to is to comply with the 40B requirements, which go beyond, unfortunately, what's applicable to the local community. I hear you, and I definitely understand your point of view, but the legal constraints that this board is operating under require us to look beyond that. But I appreciate your voicing your concern. Thank you. I do want to try to plow through this. Joe, Todd, thoughts on?
I believe there may be a fair number of HAC cases that talk about this nitrogen loading concern. I have not taken the time to review all of them, but, you know, if
gonna ask,
you
I
are
mean, this
comfortable.
can't be the first time this has
No, it's
come up.
not, and
Can't be the
I'm
first
not
time.
prepared to summarize them for you. But it has been, I think, reviewed at length, because it's raised in many communities, so I don't know if that's something the applicant would like to, you know, if you're looking for any additional information on how this issue has been addressed by the Housing Appeals Committee in other projects, if that's something that if you are not sure how you want to proceed at this point.
Because, I mean, it's clearly a value that's important to this town.
Right.
And it's something that we would be inclined to respect, but for the pressure we're going to get from the state. Yeah, so it is important to know how the Housing Appeals Committee has looked at this. Are there particular cases that you'd advise us to consult? And you can talk later, but.
Must be something on the Cape, but.
I know several, but not verbatim, non-photographic memory. That's below my grade here. So, but I'd be happy, as I'm sure
Yeah.
Susan would, to research together.
I mean, the key here, I think, and I think you just stated it kind of in connection with your response to the resident comment, is, you know, that the board, at the end of the day, the board wants to issue a decision that is, you know, for lack of a better word, defensible, so that if challenged from any direction, you can say that you were aware of the facts and the law to the extent it was available, and that the decision was made after a careful evaluation of that. And I do believe that nitrogen loading is something that has been looked at, definitely at the Housing Appeals Committee level and potentially at the state court level on appeal. So it may be worthwhile understanding how a court might view it.
Right. And my understanding here is that this is a waiver that would not be accompanied by conditions. This is either a waiver or not.
Right.
So, and we already know the applicant's position, that is, which is, if we do not waive it, it would render the project uneconomic. So I think we've got the key answers, and we need to weigh in on this, but we do need the legal input.
Okay. I think there's also the issue of proactive versus reactive. Dr. Schultz is talking about this as being a proactive standard, but we do have the monitoring, depending on how the monitoring is taken care of. I mean, you in the end, we're looking to try to maintain the safe drinking water, and we can do that through regulation. We can also do that through empirical testing.
And Todd, Todd, you heard that Matt talked about earlier. There are going to be other developments in this area.
Mhm.
We need to be proactive because we're going to have additional housing in addition to their property built in that area. And that's why it's important to have a safe nitrogen load at this level, because every year that we go down the road here, there's more nitrogen in the ground. It's not going to go away. It's getting worse and worse and worse. And we're going to have a reckoning someday. And so this is a significant issue. We've researched the 40B, some of the 40B that's out there. We haven't found one that's in a stressed watershed. Which you saw from Boston Globe today, just the state has such an emphasis on watersheds and stressed watersheds. You see what's going on in Situate. We are very confident that the direction that we're going is quite supportable.
We are equally as confident that we have many, many cases on our side relative to stress water supply. So take that for what it's worth.
Okay. Well, this is,
We agree with Dr. Schultz. The state is very concerned about it, which is why they have the Department of Environmental Protection, which is why they have guidelines which monitor it, which are guidelines, excuse me, not guidelines, regulations that we meet. So, I mean, that's important. The distinction here is the town will have to prove that the local regulations scientifically need to be enforced, at the expense of local health and safety, and that onus will be on the municipality.
okay, so we're not resolving item 17. Let's move on to item 18, septic system depth above high groundwater, which is another waiver request. They want to follow Title V.
This is, well, I'll tell you what it is first. Leaching fields shall not be constructed in soils where the maximum groundwater elevation is less than 5 feet below the bottom of the leaching facility, except, so this is an issue about the percolation, I believe. There's a difference in the percolation rate between the state and local, between 2 and 5 minutes per inch, at least 6 feet of naturally permeable material, et cetera. The Board of Health conditionally recommends this waiver, but they want to wait until the system design is finalized. So they're kind of saying, we don't have enough, we don't have enough information until we have the full design to know whether or not this is okay to waive. Unfortunately, the board can't wait for that. You have to act now.
What we would have to do, if we were going to waive it, we can put performance conditions on the system that would satisfy the concern.
Right, so the difference, I mean, I'm sorry, Mr. Buckley, can I put you on the spot again? What is the difference, the delta, between the state standard and the local standard?
It's 1 foot.
Just like a foot, yeah.
It's 1 foot.
Right.
So what is the impact of that? We talked about this in one of the other 50 meetings we had, is what it means is it's more fill, it's more height, which means more grading off, might be more impact as you move closer, higher walls in the areas where we might have a breakout wall. So that's the impact.
Mr. Chairman, one of the previous meetings, I mentioned that 6.9 and 6.12 are waivers we routinely waive.
Yes.
So we're comfortable with that.
Okay.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right.
So I don't see
Got
any
2 off.
conditions of that. So-
That's 18 and 20.
So let's go down to,
Sorry,
right, so,
19.
which is 610.
Yep.
610 says, when more than one leaching trench is installed, the spacing between the leaching pipes may not be less than 8 feet on center or 6 feet from sidewall to sidewall. And it may not, the area between may not be used as reserve area. And so the applicant says it couldn't be constructed if the reserve, okay, so it appears that the waiver is only for the portion that says you can't use the area between the trenches as reserve area, not the separation of the pipes. Excuse me?
Which Title V allows
Right.
you to do. If we don't have that, we don't have a project.
Right.
Mr. Chairman, in the interest of assisting the applicant, what we're suggesting is they put the pipes in between the trenches for the reserve at the time they build the system, required throughout the town, just put the pipe in. You're spending minimal dollars, and just, when that primary fails, you turn the valve, and it's spelling mistake, by the way, not valve, it's valve. You turn the valve, and all of a sudden your secondary goes in there, and you haven't displaced the homeowners in the property. I don't know why they wouldn't want to agree to that condition. But
Is there a reason you would not want to agree to that condition?
That, it was a very, it's a cogent argument, and it works for like a house or something like that, because really, it's what it is. It's, you got a septic tank, and you got a distribution box, and you got, whatever, 3 trenches. So if you build the trenches in between there, maybe 2 D boxes, you're right, you can flip a valve. This system is not that easy. It's not going to be that simple. This system is going to have, it's a pressure dose system, so all the pipes are going to be pressurized. There's going to be multiple valves in this system because it's at different elevations. So we're stepping it down, and each area has to be dosed equally. So this is going to be a complex system. It's not like that, and I'm not sure. I mean, anything's doable
Right.
with money, but this is not that straightforward. It would be a complex construction, and at the time when you wanted to go use it, I'm not even sure it would work at that point, because it depended how long those valves wouldn't last forever, especially if they were never exercised. So that's my thought on it.
Yeah,
I don't disagree with what he said as far as digging up after. You're never going to be able to just dig right between the trenches.
Mhm.
I also don't disagree that if you put valves in and let them sit for 10 years and then try to use them, they're probably not going to work either. I mean, there may be some happy medium, but again, the system's not designed. The stone in the pipe is probably the biggest issue. The valves would assume be towards the ends of in an isolated spot. You put a valve, you put say 80, 90% of it in, and then tie in the last bit, when you do it.
Yeah.
But I think if they look at the cost, you see how much it is.
I think that's where we should go. So we will
Hold,
hear back from you on that.
subject to cost,
Yeah, okay.
subject to cost review.
Okay, the next item.
Can I ask one question? How much longer are you going to go tonight? To the end of
No,
the
we're done.
waivers?
We are just about finished. And
We
yes,
have about 5 left.
yeah, we are very close. You have no idea.
All right, we're on 622, which is waiver number 21.
Wait, so number 12,
12 is, okay, I'm sorry, number 20, which was 612, is one that Dr. Schultz said is commonly waived by the Board of Health.
okay. So then, right, so move on to item 21, which is 622.
Which is, that the
Would
septic
requ-
system be built before the houses. They don't want, they're saying they need flexibility on timing.
Right, and clearly no certificate of occupancy can be issued.
Right.
Right.
So
Right, you gotta have
so
septic. Yeah.
I don't have an issue.
Well, we're concerned about them driving over the field during construction, matting the soil down, things like that.
It's easy to block that off, yeah, yeah.
Okay.
So I'm
All right.
comfortable with this waiver.
I'm comfortable with that.
Number 22, which is
10,
10.
that's the variant, this is the variance procedure. So this is when, if you were applying under the local regs, and you are requesting a variance from the local regs, this is the procedure you have to follow. In effect, these waivers is the equivalent of the variance.
Right, so we are in fact waiving this because this board is now
Right, by
establishing
actually
the
what you're
procedure.
doing.
Correct.
Yeah.
Okay, we're on the last page.
So section 13,
Title V inspection standard,
this is not on the addendum.
says the existing septic system is being removed and as such should not need to be inspected to confirm compliance with Title V.
Oh, now, this is upon transfer of title, they have to have the system inspected. This was also under the general bylaws, as you may remember, and it was waived with respect to the initial transfer of the the property
Right.
to the applicant.
Yes.
But not for subsequent
subsequent transfers.
transfers.
That's, I think, all you're looking for.
Yeah.
Okay, so this
I'm
is going to
comfortable with
be
that.
That sounds reasonable.
Yes.
same waiver as under general bylaw.
Yeah.
Okay, we have two more, folks. Next one. Street surface openings for any utility connection on Main Street until 2017.
Is that still the timeframe?
It's August of this year, I believe it will expire, so you need it.
Not required.
Okay,
Okay, so is that going, are you withdrawing that waiver request?
If it's August of this year,
If it's August of 2014, then yeah. we'll
Yes.
All right.
Okay.
Okay.
Last one.
All right. Can I ask you something? Do you wish, before we get into this, do you wish to take public comment on any of the septic system related issues?
Great idea. So folks have been incredibly patient. So at this point, if there are any questions, concerns, comments, please, before it's 11. Yes, sir. If you could just state your name and address for the record.
My name is Chris Donovan, and I live at 12 Independence Lane. And I would just like to point out that I thought that the member from the Board of Health actually, I think he sort of speaks for us all here tonight, and I thought that he did an excellent job. And he is right when it's not, I think that really what he's looking out for is not only us, but it's everybody that taps into the drinking water. So it's a very, very valid point. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Anyone else? Yes, sir.
Jason Ryan, the buyer to the rear of the property on the Eel River. Nice map. How many of the homes of that 3,200 foot radius put out 5,500 gallons of ethanol a day? And decided to go 50 feet on body of water. And when you charge that 4.5 acres of upland with that amount of effluent, doesn't that mean that when the water hits it from the sky, it's just going to run right off that wetland and not get absorbed into that upland the way it does today? And won't that fundamentally change the hydrology of that wetland and what's delivered downstream into the Bowling Bell Brook? So I think those are all important things to study. I'm extremely happy and proud with the Board of Health and their due diligence in this matter. I appreciate the board's consideration of all of their concerns and issues. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone want to respond on that point, or we'll just? No, I didn't know if you had it. Walter. Mr.
I just want to sort of follow up on Jason Ryan's. Aside from the gallons in this process, to compare the other homes and say that they're not required to do monitoring is really apples and oranges. They're already built. This boards in town can't control that. This they can control, and they would be remiss if they weren't doing so. Any new construction would have requirements in this zone too. So this is, nor do I think there's going to be any evidence to suggest it's uneconomic for this house. With respect to what Mr. Jaros was talking to about, I think what Mr. Jaros talks about with his two-bedroom system, it clearly proves that it wasn't uneconomic. He bought, built, and lives in a two-bedroom home. There is evidence that there's marketability for that here in the neighborhood as well in the town. Thank you.
Just to add to that, I was required to put in a septic system that would apply to a four-bedroom home. I was required to use the new H-style tank, which is significantly more expensive. And I adhere to it. And what I'm hearing is that this render things
Yes, ma'am.
Barbara Dow, 25 Westmoreland Road. When this whole project was started,
Yes.
it was started as it was geared to empty nesters. So people 65, 75 years old are not looking for a 3-bedroom home. They live in a 3-bedroom home now that they're trying to downsize. I live in a 3-bedroom home. I'm by myself. I'm not gonna buy one of his in a million years. Thank you very much. I'm through.
Thank you. Okay, I appreciate everyone's perseverance. Let's go to the next item, Susan.
We're on public shade trees.
Yes.
I'll try to give the under 2-minute version. So as you know, very early on, going back to January, we had a very lively discussion about shade trees and the Shade Tree Act, which is Mass General Laws, Chapter 87. The Shade Tree Act is mandatory. Every city and town is subject to compliance with the Shade Tree Act. Every city and town must have a tree warden, and if they don't, then there can be granted no authority. You have no authority. I've read some treatises on this. No one can cut down a shade tree unless you actually have a tree warden, because that's the only way permission comes to do it. So, and there's a very interesting history in Massachusetts about trees and shade trees. But anyway, after the discussion, the applicant chose to approach the tree warden with the 3 particular trees that had been in discussion. The tree warden undertook his typical procedures. There is a provision in the statute that if anyone objects in writing, he can't have the hearing. He has not, in his tenure as shade tree warden, had anyone either object or appeal. So it's never, at least in the last 6 years that we could document, it had never been bounced on appeal up to the Board of Selectmen. So he can't even hold a hearing. It's not like you make a decision and then that gets appealed, no decision. Right. So it went to the Board of Selectmen. The Board of Selectmen looked at the empirical evidence put together by the expert who reviews the health of trees on behalf of the town, found that only one of the 3 was in sufficiently poor health to warrant cutting it down. And through this process, the applicant stated either, I believe both in writing and at the Board of Selectmen hearing, that they were reserving their rights under Chapter 40B. Subsequent to that, and in the packet, I believe, and it was referenced by Emily, in response to questions about how many trees will actually be affected, there is a plan that you received in your packet that identifies 8 trees total? 11? Oh, 11, sorry. 11 trees, so 3 plus 8. 11 trees. I believe that they were going to be flagged. That may not have been happened. There is some, you'll see and you should have, I don't know, if you don't have it, I have it.
We got it, I'm just. Was it attached to your correspondence?
Yep.
Yeah, it's this one right here?
Do you have the color version? You need the color version.
I don't have the color version.
Here's a full big one.
Okay.
You all have it? Okay.
All right.
So what we have is a situation where 3 trees were originally discussed, 11 trees have been identified. Mr. Handrahan, who does the evaluations, evaluated more than the 3 trees, but at this point in time, we don't have a correlation between these trees and we don't know whether all the trees Mr. Handrahan evaluated are the same as these trees. Like, that hasn't happened yet? Is that something that the tree warden was?
We're waiting still to
To-
have them flagged,
Well,
although.
I mean, in fairness, we just found out, they asked us on Friday.
Yeah, no, there's no criticism intended.
Right.
It's not irrelevant because even if the board finds that it sits as the tree warden, it still needs to make a determination as to whether or not the trees should come down. So it is relevant in that respect.
It's not relevant in the criteria they use, which is, are they healthy trees? That's irrelevant. Are they they create a safety problem is the issue. The Board of Selectmen didn't recognize that as a valid concern. They just said, are they healthy or not? And they sent it back to this board to deal with the safety issues. That's what's relevant, not the health of the trees, whether they were required to come down for traffic safety, which Jeff Dirk said they did. So that's the issue, not the, and that's why we think it's a local issue for the Board of Appeals to deal with.
Mr. Chair, can I respond to that as someone?
Just 1 second, I'm gonna.
Okay, so, Mr. Engler is referring to section 5, which is also referenced in Mr. Freeman's, legal memos. This is chapter 87, section 5, nothing contained in this chapter shall prevent the trimming, cutting, or removal of any tree which endangers persons traveling on a highway, or the removal of any tree if so ordered by the proper officers for the purposes of widening the highway. And then it talks about pests, Dutch elm disease, et cetera.
Is that limited to bushes and small? Isn't that?
It says, nothing contained in this chapter shall prevent the trimming, cutting, or removal of any tree which endangers persons traveling on a highway. So that's what tree wardens may, without a hearing, cut down trees less than 1.5 inches in diameter.
Right.
1 foot for the ground, and bushes. But then if you go down, there's a carve out for endangering persons traveling on a highway. So that's what they're referring to. So you have, there's a, what's interesting about.
Wait, Susan, so
Yeah?
what it says is, nothing contained in this chapter shall prevent the trimming, cutting, or removal of any tree which endangers persons traveling on a highway, or the removal of any tree, if so ordered by the proper officers for the purpose of widening the highway.
Right.
So it's not just for any particular purpose, we're talking about for widening the highway that applies.
No, there's two different, or. There's an or in there.
Or, two different points.
So it has the trimming, cutting, or removal of a tree which endangers, or the removal of a tree, any tree, if ordered for the purposes of widening a highway. Or if
Got it,
there's
okay.
pests
Okay.
in the trees or disease. So what's interesting about the Shade Tree Act is, although there are, in addition to the peppercorn case, there is also another case which refers to, in the conditions section of the Housing Appeals Committee, talks about conditions related to replacement or whatever. The question of, is the Shade Tree Act something that is local action or not?
Right.
That question has never been addressed head on. It's never that, there's not a case where a board said, we don't believe this is a local action that we can, waive. So it's really, you had a situation, and one of them did have to also do with the scenic road, and there's an interplay between those. So, what we have is, by way of Mr. Freeman's legal memorandum from the other day and today's, are analogies of this act to other state acts implemented locally.
control.
So the question is, right, so you have two different pots. You have Title V and state wetlands, which are state acts implemented locally.
Right.
And then you have the subdivision control law, which is a state act implemented locally, but found
To be local.
to be local.
Right.
So there's, there's an issue of just consistency in how the SJC has reviewed these types of acts. So, you know, there's, with respect to other issues, for example, if this was a state highway and they needed a state curb cut permit, the cutting of shade trees triggers potentially MEPA review.
Right.
So shade trees have been given a level of importance in Massachusetts. Whether they have been given a level of importance that the preservation of shade trees outweighs the need for affordable housing has not been answered by the Housing Appeals Committee or any court. So, you know, the board has a couple of questions to answer. The first one is, do you believe that the Shade Tree Act is something that's implemented locally and in a manner that the board should be sitting as tree warden? You have to answer that. Once you answer that, if you answer it in the negative, if you say, no, we can't override it, then you have put yourself in a position of being bound by the process, which has happened for 3 trees and hasn't happened for 8 trees. If you find that you can act as tree warden, then you have to say, evaluate the trees the same way, looking at maybe at health, at safety, whatever you deem is appropriate. And if you agree, disagree, that, let's say for the sake of argument, you agree tree should come down, then we can look to what we do have Housing Appeals Committee decisions are examples of conditions that they have imposed on mitigation for the cutting of shade trees. So but we can't even get there until you decide, are you tree wardens or are you not tree wardens? And
anyone have a quarter?
Are you a board of health? Are you a planning board? Are you know what I mean? If there was a case that said directly on point, like we have for other acts, I would say it is this, it's not that. But I think that, the board needs to use its kind of professional judgment and talks among yourself and
Let me,
I know Walter wanted to say something, and I'm sure the applicant's counsel does. I'll turn to the applicant's counsel first.
Sure. I won't repeat the entirety of my 2 memoranda, and I know you just got the second one tonight, but you did read it at least briefly. So I won't belabor it. It's late, but please do look at it. And I don't quarrel with the framework that Susan just gave you. I think that the case law, and we always deal with analogy and precedent when there's not a case exactly on point. I think that the arguments are overwhelmingly compelling that the tree warden under 40B would be treated by the Housing Appeals Committee and the Supreme Judicial Court as a local board. The things that I will cite briefly that are in my memoranda are the Dennis Housing Corporation case versus Dennis Old Kings versus the Dennis Zoning Board, but it was about the Old Kings Highway. I was chairman of that regional commission for 12 years. I wasn't involved in that case as a 40B advocate, but as a preservation advocate, I don't mind saying I probably would have been torn, but happily I wasn't involved in it professionally. The fact is, the Old Kings Highway is actually a state agency. You can look it up in the Code of Massachusetts regulations. All of the local standards that the SJC found to be local were actually promulgated at the state level, but yet because of the functional analysis, they said that, yeah, it is the equivalent of a local board. And so the characterization of, state agency versus local, all of that wasn't the factor, it's the functional. The other part, which I will highlight, is simply in the statute that creates the tree warden, which is Chapter 41, Section 1, it specifically identifies tree wardens as town officers. And then there's a whole bunch of things, both in that statute and in Chapter 85 itself, that's the Public Shade Tree Act itself, that parallel the various factors that were cited. This is in my new memo. The factors that were cited by the SJC in the Dennis Housing Corporation Old Kings Highway case that
they recited as to show the flavor and the factual basis for which the SJC said, look, it's really local. And I'll just, set them forth quickly. The powers of the tree wardens are specifically set forth in this statute. The compensation is to be determined by the town, or by the town, meaning town meeting, I presume, or the selectmen, same as the SJC said as to Old Kings Highway. A tree warden shall expend revenues as appropriated by the town, exactly a factor that was cited by SJC and Old Kings Highway. A tree warden may adopt regulations which shall have the effect of local bylaws. So all of these things, the other thing is the statute itself, as Susan already explained. They can even plant trees. Actually, this is a different one. They can actually plant trees only as approved by the selectmen or the road commissioners. So all of those things are at the local level. We know the selectmen are local boards under 40B. We know the road commissioners are local boards under 40B. So I think that the argument is compellingly strong that you really need to look at the tree warden as a local board or official. Thanks.
Could you help me distinguish it from a conservation commission? Where
Sure.
the conservation commission, they are all local. They, in fact, their compensation, if they get anything, is determined locally. They sit as a local board, but they also sit as a state. And in fact, they have the ability to issue the local bylaws, just as the tree warden or the town would at the local level.
But that's the key point. When they sit, the point that needs to be addressed is that when a Conservation Commission sits under the State Wetlands Protection Act, it is true that they're deemed to be state, carrying out state law and regulations, not local laws. That is true. I believe that that's because there are such detailed, lengthy DEP, state agency regulations, that are the state regulations. And they don't adopt local bylaws that can affect how they interpret the State Wetlands Act. They're not allowed to. Yes, when they adopt their own local wetlands bylaws or regulations, as we've been through with this application, those are considered local. But for the state DEP regulations under the WPA, the State Act, that's the distinction. With the tree warden, it specifically says that any regulations that the tree warden adopts are considered local bylaws. Totally different than the Conservation Commission under state WPA, and the other one being the Board of Health under Title V. Title V, as we know, that's why we had such a lengthy hearing, and I appreciate your taking all the time. I commend you for having the gumption to, I'm on a second one now. I might have been a little slow earlier, but thank you for that, sincerely. So, but with the DEP regulations for the Title V, same thing. They're very detailed, lengthy, both regulations and policies and all of that, with a whole structure, which is very different from what happens with the tree warden. And I think, in fact, the reason why years ago that, although the subdivision control law is a state law, in fact, what planning boards do is they enact at the local level their own subdivision rules and regs, which is why those are considered something, even though they're pursuant to the subdivision control law, but those are treated as local for 40B. So those are the distinctions that I see, and again, I think they're compelling.
Walter.
Thank you. Walter Sullivan, 893 Main Street. I just wanted to address the comment about the selectmen's hearing. These applicants...
Do you want to come up to the mic just to make sure?
These applicants appeared before the selectmen. They took the initiative to file for the removal of 3 trees, not 11. As was indicated, it was appealed, referred to the selectmen, but the selectmen did consider health and safety, contrary to Mr. Engler's position. In fact, the Englers brought the property owner with them, and she gave testimony to the selectmen about difficulty of coming out of her driveway. They questioned her about it, wondered why she had never complained to any other agency, and obviously gave it no credit. They did consider that issue, and these gentlemen submitted to that jurisdiction of that board. Now, because they didn't get a favorable result, they want to come back to you and say, you be the tree warden. Okay? I don't understand how they could possibly want to do that. If they got a favorable result, they wouldn't be here and they wouldn't be looking for a waiver on that condition. I would ask this board to not take the position that they're the tree warden and to respect the decision of the selectmen. On the specifics of Mr. Freeman's memorandum, which we haven't had an opportunity to look at prior to tonight, we've submitted some materials as well, and with the board's indulgence, I'd like to refer to my partner, Anita Comerford, to address the legal specifics of our memorandum very, very briefly. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Anita Comerford. I live at 893 Main Street. Just having received Mr. Freeman's updated memorandum, and based on his recent explanation to this board, he's relying on the Dennis Housing Corporation versus Zoning Board of Appeals, the Dennis case, claiming that it's very, very compelling. However, it truly is very distinctive from the tree warden. In that case, they dealt with the old Dennis Kings Highway Regional Historic District Committee. The legislation said in the dicta of that case that the purpose in creating this historic district was to promote the general welfare of the inhabitants of the applicable regional member towns and to maintain and preserve such historic district as is the tradition of Barnstable County as it existed in the early days of Cape Cod. That can only apply to that region. It doesn't apply in the Berkshires. It doesn't apply in Springfield. It doesn't apply here in Hingham. It's local. It is local to Dennis and the region that that district serves. It may have been created by the legislature, but it wasn't intended to serve the entire state, unlike the tree warden. The tree warden established in every single city and town in the Commonwealth of Massachusetts. The purpose of the tree warden is not local in nature, it's global. The tree warden's purpose is to protect the trees that are along the public ways for the use of all who use the highways, for the inhabitants of the Commonwealth of Massachusetts. That's not local, that's state. That is across the state. It is common to every jurisdiction within the Commonwealth, not just Hingham. Therefore, the tree warden is not a local board. The tree warden, regulated, mandated by the legislature. They are the only ones that can remove the trees. By putting somebody else in that position, we have to rewrite the law. And I submit that that job is reserved for our legislature. And if they want to rewrite it, then they can, but we cannot. I also want to comment on his reliance on the Pepperell decision. Is it? No, Peppercorn.
Peppercorn.
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to mischaracterize it. The Peppercorn decision, where he says that that court exercised jurisdiction over the tree warden. Well, that's a mischaracterization of what happened. The committee modified the condition to read that the town tree warden, after the trees and stone walls have been flagged, and the tree warden shall either approve the proposal or disapprove the proposal. How are they exercising jurisdiction? By telling him what his job is. He's either going to approve it or disapprove it. The fact that it's written in the condition isn't them exercising jurisdiction over it. What SEB wants you to do is to amend Chapter 87 by giving yourselves the authority to exercise jurisdiction over the tree warden. And that's just not how this law was written.
Well, isn't their position that the legislature already acted by adopting 40B, which empowers this board to act as local authority? So their view is the legislation has been amended by 40B, and pursuant to 40B, we now step into the shoes of the warden.
But you can only step into the shoes if you decide
Right.
that you are the local authority. You can only step into the shoes that exist. You can't make the shoe size any bigger than it already is. And that's what they want you to do. They want you to change the size of the shoe. And you can't do that. You cannot remove the tree. Those trees do not present a safety hazard. Those trees have been there longer than I have. I drive by those trees on Main Street no less than 10 times a day. I drive past them to and from my way to work, to and from my way home to walk my dogs in the afternoon, to and from Braintree Tea Station to pick up my kids twice a day. I drive past it to feed my pinkberry habit. I am constantly going past those trees, and they have never jeopardized my safety. The fact, they're trying to put the cart before the horse, or it's a chicken and an egg theory. Why is it unsafe? It's not unsafe because they're there. It's unsafe because of the project that they're proposing. So they have to propose something different, because those trees are protected. And Hingham has a history of protecting the trees on Main Street. In the late 1990s, Aquarian tried to remove public shade trees directly across the street from where I live. They were not allowed to do it. Those trees are a protected resource, and they were not allowed to remove those trees. They had to work around it, and they did. And I submit that SEB has to do the same. Thank you.
If I may just, I know it's like real briefly, you know, please just look at my memo near the end of the second memo. I repeat the Peppercorn Village stuff. Unintentionally, I'm not going to say that she conveniently didn't read it, but I think she misread it. What she didn't read is the amended portion of what the Housing Appeals Committee did to that condition. They said, yeah, the tree warden shall approve the proposed, approve or the proposal or disapprove. But then the words that the HAC added are, and offer an alternative plan for such removal as will enable the applicant to complete the project. Because just as the SJC said in very compelling terms, and for those of us who hold preservation in historic houses and vistas, which is true of your beautiful street in Hingham as well, historic, but that's not an issue here, happily. But in terms of Old Kings Highway, everything that the speaker just said, I respect, but the same thing can be said about citizens of Cape Cod and Barnstable County, which is me and many others. And as you drive down the streets and the historic houses and the feeling of the historic, it's wonderful. And yet, you know, the SJC has spoken. 40B trumps that. And there's a different value set, that's true. And there's a value set for trees, but just as the SJC specifically said, we can't imagine that historic values, not in so many words, but this is what they said, we can't imagine that if we don't rule this way, it doesn't make sense that any historic committee in any town could trump an affordable housing project. And that's essentially the same position with the tree warden statute. The other thing I would remind you is the definition of what a local border official is in both in the regulations, which I cited. And just the first point that Mr. Sullivan made, as Jeff wants to tell you, and you can if you need to, they never waived their rights. And it was mostly verbal discussions. There never was a formal hearing, as Susan said. There was never a hearing before the tree warden. They did it out of trying to make the process easy, thinking that it wasn't going to be contentious. They never waived their rights. And I attached the letter to the Board of Selectmen. So I think that's a non-issue. They didn't waive their rights. Thanks.
Just a couple of points. I mean, he never held the hearing because by statute, he couldn't.
Correct, but there was a hearing before the Board of Selectmen.
There was a hearing. So, I guess the question is, and we don't have the traffic engineers here, so, do all 11 trees need to come down for safety purposes? And if so, why were only 3 identified as necessary for coming down for safety purposes? I mean, the issue was these 3 need to come down because of the site distances. So why were only 3 identified as needing to come down for site distances? Why weren't 11? So is it 3 need to come down, but the other 8 don't have to come down? I mean, I guess I don't understand why the traffic engineers only identified 3.
We can answer
I can attempt to answer. The 3 trees, the 3 trees initially identified were specific to site distances. Then as we advanced the discussion and Mr. Dirk wanted more work relative to the grading, and we commissioned our land use planner to really do a full grading plan, it became clear that some additional trees, after we appeared before the Board of Selectmen, needed to be removed to comply with with Mr. Dirk's request. So that's why the discrepancy, we weren't trying to hide something, it was just the nature of the process. And we were told by a traffic engineer that's well-respected that it is a safety issue. That's why we're here. And to play this out, let's say we didn't remove the trees and it was conditioned as such, and so we are going for our building permit or occupancy permit or whatever, and the building inspector says, well, wait a second, you haven't removed the trees to comply. And we said, yeah, but the town told us we couldn't. So we have a member of an employee of the town telling us you have to remove the trees to comply, and you have a board in the town saying you can't remove the trees, and then we're caught in the middle. So practically, it doesn't make sense to us.
I mean, this is not probably here nor there for your decision, but I just always feel it's necessary that the record is clear. So the first thing is, the question was asked multiple times, and I know I asked it at least once. Is it really just these 3 trees, considering how much grading's going on? So the fact that it wasn't determined until after the Board of Selectmen was not out of a lack of questioning about the number of trees. That may be neither here nor there. But I know I've said it before, and I believe Emily has attempted to keep the record clean on this issue. Mr. Dirk is not as an individual stating that this has to happen. We're talking about industry standards for safety that are recognized by all traffic engineers, the applicant's engineer as well. So I wish to, again, object to the continued characterization that taking down trees or anything else done in connection with the entrance exit is Mr. Dirk's requirement. This should be characterized as work necessary to meet industry standards. And it's just mischaracterized in every telling of or response to the issue. So, for the record.
What is the procedure? Suppose someone has a hearing before the Board of Selectmen, because this tree, shade tree hearing, and they disagree. What's the appeal process from the Board of Selectmen?
The statute does not provide for an appeal. It's, you can do it or you can't do it.
Well, it'd be certiorari.
Right. Yeah.
It's gotta be.
I mean, right. So you would have, right, and claim arbitrary and.
Right, so there's no administrative appeal, it
No.
just go judicial.
Yeah. But the appeal from the tree warden is to the Board of Selectmen.
I understand that.
Okay.
Which is another distinction with DEP, you know, why DEP registers state, because if you don't get what you want to from Concom, you go to the state DEP. Whereas in the tree warden statute, you go to the most local officials involved, the Board of Selectmen.
Yes, sir.
May I ask a clarifying question? So the Board of Selectmen indicated that 2 of those trees were to be left.
Correct.
Where they are.
Yes.
So if there's no appeal process to that, why ask for the additional trees to come down? You can't take down 2 to make a safe sightline. Isn't that the end of the story?
Well, the answer is, there is judicial appeal from the Board of Selectmen, but the applicant believes that they can come to this board.
Why would this board change its position that it's now the tree warden, whereas in the earlier case it elected to have the tree warden perform that duty?
The answer is, we did not make that election. Okay.
Once again, it's 11:30 when we get to shade trees, which is a problem. We should start with shade trees, unless you're ready to make a decision.
Well, it's really, it's very helpful that we've gotten the memos from council, because they really shed light on the subject. It's just a challenge to this board. No, this is not a bad reflection on it, but getting it today doesn't give us the chance to actually give it its merit, and I don't want to proceed without, Gesundheit.
Bless you. Yeah, I really think we need to look into this, so.
certainly respect
Yeah.
that.
Yeah.
We're gonna focus mostly
Right.
on the other stuff.
Right.
I would say that you
Be back
have in the record now
Yeah.
all of the available information.
Yes.
I did look at state law. There's very old cases. They, again, nothing really that illuminates this question of, I think, the state versus local
Well,
question.
The issue that I had, and Susan, I think we should just talk, there are some very, very old cases which, as I read them, say that the tree warden is actually acting as a state official, and that one way you can figure out if you're state or local is if you screw up, who gets sued? And what the court said is if the tree warden makes a mistake, the town does not get sued. It's the state. And so that, to me, was pointing me to the position that the tree warden was acting as a state official.
That's not true. You go to the statute, just read the statute.
Yeah, I mean, there was one case that had to do with, I think, a boulevard under the precursor to DCR type of entity, and it may have turned on that issue. But because the cases are so old, and the issue was really, someone was upset because the tree warden either let someone cut down a tree or didn't let them cut down a tree, it wasn't really to the issue of under what authority the tree, you know what I mean? It was really more on was the action of the tree warden appropriate or inappropriate? It wasn't, they didn't characterize the source of authority of the tree warden. So that's what's difficult about those old cases.
Is there, and I don't know the answer, is there a professional association, trade association of tree wardens that has a publication on this that may help us? Yes?
There is a statewide tree warden and foresters association, and they put out a handbook, and our tree warden has the handbook, but can't find it.
Our tree warden may get banished from that group.
If you're a member
Yes.
of that association, you can purchase that handbook for $35. If you're not a member, it costs you $70.
There are state planning things for planning board members who serve local. Again, we might not have checked, but
Yeah.
41 wasn't in existence in those 1915 cases. Town officials, considered town officers, appointed by the selectmen. Their compensation is directed by the selectmen.
Which describes the Conservation Commission exactly. So that's why I don't think that's really determinative, because many boards, many officers act in a dual capacity. In fact, the statute.
But you asked a good question
Yeah.
about the dual capacity, and I thought of an additional thing as we were sitting here that I just said. First is the body of very specific regulations for State Wetlands Protection Act and Title V, but also that appeals process. The appeals process for Title V is through the DEP regulations. Likewise with, as I already said, the Conservation Commission. And by statute, the appeal is on to the Board of Selectmen.
Yep. Yep.
Okay, so
My preference would be to take the time to read the memo that was submitted today, more than just a minute or two. I think the arguments on both sides were very helpful. You have done an incredible job, Susan, marshaling all this. Are there any?
I just have one last
Yeah.
item, and it's late, and granted, it just went, I think, maybe Friday morning. But there was a working draft of conditions. Now, some of them were addressed today. For example, the ones in italics that came from Board of Health, Concom. Was there anything that jumped out at the applicant that you can speak to now that you found potentially uneconomic so that they can be flagged before the next hearing?
Yeah, we definitely, I talked to Emily before the hearing, we can provide you and the board our comments. I mean, I don't think, there was more, some of the we were confused by a few things, or some needed, I think, rewording. I mean, I don't recall anything totally egregious.
That we didn't talk about already.
Right, that we didn't talk about already
Right.
tonight.
Right.
So what we can do is, in a track changes kind of manner, send it right back to you.
All right, so what Emily did today in the version she just handed out, it didn't get circulated, is the waivers got built in, although they'll get modified based on the board's review of it. I think she did some more annotating on where did these conditions come from. So if you, I mean, granted, our intention is always to try to do things as close right after the hearing and not on top of the next one. But if the next one is really the last one, then I think both sides, we need to try to be a little more proactive. And you guys have been good about responding pretty quickly. So I guess I'm talking more to myself and Emily. But, yeah, I think the goal would be to try to flag those
get 'em to
things
you by the
sooner
end of the
than
week.
later. Okay, so Emily just needs to get you an electronic copy of what got handed out tonight.
Yeah, that's what we're going to ask for. That's great.
Yeah. What's our schedule for the next meeting?
Isn't it June 18th?
18th.
It's a-
June 18th.
You
And
have
our
an
intent would be
hour
to wrap up.
No, it's not gonna be an hour, it's gonna
Right,
have to
that's all you
be,
have.
Yeah.
That's all, I mean, that night, there's other hearings before and after. Yeah.
We've got 5 hearings that night.
So you could do something between now and then, or, so you have the 10th already, but that's a cell tower.
Yeah,
That's going to be long.
yeah.
It's 40B, it's trumped by the Federal Telecommunications Act. So.
Sorry.
Absolutely.
All right.
We don't care what the fits.
So at our hearing next year,
No. Well, we're going to have to get as much as we can done on the 18th, and if it's not practical, we'll just have to deal with it, but I still want to keep that as the goal.
so what you would need to do is go back through the waivers that were held, but I think some of them should be dispensed
There were
of
two
pretty,
that they were going to get us information
a
on.
map, one was a confirmation of cost.
Yeah.
So I think really the only substantive one is the shade trees. And then it's a walking through of, this condition waiver, and then a discussion among the board as to where you want to come out. I mean,
Right, so
it would
we've been-
have to be very tight if
but
you're
look,
gonna do it.
we've been here for 4 hours on this hearing,
Yep.
okay? We're not going to get it done in an hour. We're just
No,
not.
but we've been through most of the discussion. It's up to you to vote it, other than the shade tree, and we don't even have to talk about that anymore. We've given you our opinion, so you guys have to just decide at this point.
Well,
Well,
I
we're going to
guess-
have some case law or some discussion on the
Oh, the
12,000
nitrogen
for
loading,
the,
you're
so
gonna.
I just don't, I'm just being honest, we're not,
Wait,
We're-
what
we're-
was the other?
The nitrogen loading to see how
10,000
it's-
versus 12,500.
Well, how the Housing Appeals Committee or
Oh, that's right, the council was gonna get us
SJC
something on
has,
that.
Yeah.
Right.
has addressed that.
So-
You'll have that ahead of time. And the nitrogen loading,
Well, I mean, I guess what you can do is go through the open items, get to the end of them, close the hearing to further input, and then see how much time you have left.
they have 40 days, right?
Right.
Yeah, but you have 40 days to have a business meeting to go over decision. You don't have to do it by next meeting.
The decision,
Huh?
the decision you're saying.
Yeah.
Right, that's as long as you don't think there's anything uneconomic. It's gonna be.
Right, but at the close of that public hearing, you still have 40 days to wrestle with language in the conditions.
Correct, but,
Yeah.
Ask for any-
no, but I think the only concern is to the extent there are issues, once we close it, we can't get further input from you.
Correct.
So, I just don't want to put you in that spot, but otherwise,
You can ask us questions, you can't take testimony or papers or anything like that, but there's a discussion back.
Well, if we ask you questions, how, we'd expect an answer, wouldn't that be testimony?
yeah, I don't,
In my experience, that you answer that, that's always happened, Mike.
I would have to, unfortunately, Bob, say that I do understand what you folks are saying. I mean, given your busy agenda that night and schedule and all of that, as much as we'd love to have everything finished, There is going to be some new information, even on the case law, as well as some stuff on the 12,500 gallons, et cetera, et cetera.
Right.
That may, provoke some other discussion, which, it may be in our interest to want you to have some more discussion with us. So I can't say that I think it's a no-brainer that you should be done in 1 hour.
I didn't say that at all.
But I mean, done in terms of testimony, because I think the answer to, I forget if it was the chairman or Todd, but, I'm thinking that what we're presenting might still lead to further real discussion, which is testimony. Drafting of conditions, I don't know about this town attorney, but, many that I deal with are comfortable letting the applicant be involved even at the deliberation after the close of the hearing. But there is a distinction. That's
Yes.
drafting specific language, not talking about why we said
Exactly right.
12,500.
That's what I meant. When Todd said ask a question, I meant on the drafting of the language. What is this word?
Right.
All I'm saying is that we have to play it by ear. I mean, we're not going to resolve it tonight. I just wanted to be candid in the spirit, which I appreciate on your
But Joe,
part.
do you want to pick a date now, assuming, so that you're not waiting 3 weeks or 27 days and then, or no, I can't even that, 3 weeks and then 2-3 weeks and then having to figure out a date? Do you want to just,
Pick a date beyond the next hearing for a continuance.
yes, or for the deliberation, assuming you close the hearing? Either way, whatever you call it, a date that you are setting aside that's sufficient time. Because it sounds like your hearing dates are all filling up, so it sounds like you need maybe a dedicated meeting.
But we can have a dedicated meeting to discuss this after the record is closed. I share council's view that let's decide whether or not we really want to close it and stop further input from the applicant.
But you can decide that day on the 18th.
But if it's possible, I think what Susan's also concerned about is that you're so busy and getting busier that maybe we should still pick a date now, whether it turns out to be a continued hearing, which, we're not agreeing to continue the hearing yet, but we can kick that until June 10th, June 18th. So a date.
Okay, so you're right, let's get some dates.
Right.
I mean, I don't know if you guys would be willing to
June
do
25th?
the 30th or the 1st.
I am, but I don't know about everyone else's schedule.
I'm open those days.
I mean, that's kind of at the beginning of the holiday week, but still far enough away from the holiday.
It's a Monday or Tuesday.
30, yeah. Did you already have something on the 7th?
But I could do the 30th or the 1st.
You'll have to give me a minute.
What?
You'll have to give me a minute while I...
I would prefer the 30th.
You prefer the 30th? Yep. I could do either one. Allergies?
That's all right. I had that.
A lot of people are allergic to proceedings like this.
Maybe she's allergic to me. The last hearing, I had a horrible sore throat, and then I ended up being sick for like 5-6 days afterwards.
So Todd, you're looking at your schedule?
I am, yeah, it's my outlook's slow, so just be a minute.
Does the applicant or their counsel have a preference, 30th or
For the 30th,
Yeah.
only the first words I would do.
Yeah, I think
Yeah.
so far, it's the 30th.
That was November 30th?
No, it's not.
Oh.
I'm on vacation then.
Yeah.
The November 30th?
It's my son's birthday.
I was here on my
Wait, you had
daughter's
to go
birthday.
to Outlook to find that out?
I was here on my daughter's
Let's
birthday.
make fun of the old guy, Joe.
Well, I don't know, how many anniversaries did I spend at MIT?
I just spent my anniversary last week in
Oh,
MIT.
did you?
yeah.
Okay, so we're even.
Influence whether I do that or not.
All right, we'll do it the day before. I can do, other than my son's birthday, I could do the 30th or the 1st.
So I'm hearing a call for the 30th.
Okay.
Emily?
That's fine.
Is it someone's birthday in your?
All right, so this is the only thing we'll have on that day?
Yeah, I just don't think you should put
All
anything
right,
else
so
on.
7:30 start then.
Okay, everybody get that? June 30th, 7:30? Monday, June 30th? That's the additional meeting that we're just determined we're going to be required. But we'll be here a week from Wednesday, 16th.
18th.
The 18th, 7:30-ish.
Okay. So with that, we will continue this hearing until what day?
June 18th at 7:30.
June 18th at 7:30.
Ish.
Where's that gavel so I can bang it?
Oh, that was loud.
So we have the 10th.
Yeah, we have the 10th, the 18th. Joe and Todd on the 18th, you guys are at 8:30.
On what day?
On the 18th, but you are at 7.